So quiet. Okay. How long does it take to load the game? There we go. Ooh, we're lagging already. Amazing. It dropped a couple frames there. My game did. My game dropped a couple frames.
Keep track of things.
So I know for a fact I still haven't I still haven't gotten all of the scares yet. Because I've been watching a 18894. I've been watching a compilation set of videos for this game. I have a bunch of other streamers who've played it, of like their jump scares and stuff, and I'm coming across ones in those videos that I've not seen before from playing or watching other people play, which is kind of bonkers considering how much I've played and watched people play this game. It's kind of crazy if you think about it. And there are still scares I haven't come across. 9. Okay. Brian Hansen. There we go. There's a part of me that wishes that sound was actually, instead of a knocking sound, I wish it was like a running down the hallway sound, because those sounds are always spooky. Like, those are some of the few, like, jump scare noises that really, like, give me the heebie-jeebies. It's like the sound of someone running at you, or something running at you. It was one of the things I liked about... Which FNAF was it? Well, it's one of the good parts of, at least when you first start playing, Security Breach, is you can hear them as they run at you. I think it was one of the fan-made games that eventually, like, became its own thing. Forget what it was called. Night of something? Maybe? It's gonna bother me if I don't look up what it's called. Joy of Creation. Not story mode, but the original Joy of Creation. Was it Reborn? I don't think it was Reborn. There was a Joy of Creation that came out where you kind of just wander around a location trying to find items, and they run at you. And like you're being stalked by the animatronics in this kind of openish world location. you open the door? Did you see who opened the door? I kept you in here for a purpose, and you didn't serve it. Demonic face. But that game was super spooky.
I'm missing something.
I know I'm missing all of the things. I haven't picked anything up, but I didn't mean to click. Wish I could play it, but it's first person, and yikes, would not end well for me. I already grabbed a pair of those. I can actually close that drawer. Picking them up from over here will be easier. And that's no, there's the okay. But I mean the actual like official Joy of Creation game, like the proper one, is also really spooky. It's also really hard. At least the first level is. I watched Astral Spiff play all of Joy of Creation story mode. I think I'm thinking of the right fucking game. Right? Yeah, I'm thinking of the right game. And the first level is really hard and really spooky. But I know it was Joy of Creation that was the one that I remember watching with Max, watching like either Pewds or Jack or Mark, one of them, play it. It was super creepy because you'd just be looking around for something and all of a sudden you'd hear these giant mechanical heavy ass steps just booking it at you. Oh, spooky. I don't know what it is about that, but the sound of somebody coming up on you that you can't see is just, gross. Oh my god, that made me jump. Sir, your eye is a little fucked, but...
Alright.
Sorry, I gotta go visit myself. Reagent. I don't know, maybe at this point I'm just moving too quickly for the game to give me some of the jump scares. Because some of them happen while you're sitting at the computer, and then something like will appear in front of you, in front of your computer space. But I don't spend very much time at the computer usually, so maybe I'm missing out on those. Ah, here it is. On some of those scares because I don't spend a load of time there. Maybe that's why. The body in there. Ooh. We got one, boys. T. It's quick. Oh, I didn't do the reservoir bag. Ah. That lightning is nice.
There we go.
Look, I can do that too, look. Spooky. Come on. Oh, this again? Hi. I go through the door now? Thank you. I didn't know the... I don't know if that's actually a bug, like if the door is supposed to close before you, like, as you walk up to it. I wonder if it's supposed to close on you, and then you see the shadow, and you're supposed to, like, scream and turn around. I don't know if that's a bug, or if it's, you're supposed to, like, run into an invisible wall there. I'm not sure, but it doesn't feel purposeful. Like, it doesn't feel like you're supposed to run into an invisible wall. That's not like any of the other scares that this game does, you know? So I think maybe the door's supposed to close while you're out there, and then as you walk up, you see the shadow, or maybe the door closes as you walk towards it and you see the shadow. I'm not sure, but I wonder if the developer's seen that. Also, hello, Rot. Welcome to the stream. How are we doing this fine evening? Or for you, simply the afternoon? Well, I guess it's evening for you down too, because it's 10:30 almost. Yeah, it's night, yeah.
All right.
Because it's 10 p.m., 10:30 p.m. For you. For me, it is 12:30 p.m. Yeah, yeah. Sorry, what was your name? Carnesida? Carnesida? Well, yeah, you're just 2 time zones away, so it's not hard to remember what time it is where you are now. Jarek, on the other hand, is 14 hours away, and that's too much math for my liking, so... Even though it's easy math because of, 12 hours for AM to PM, and then, but that's too much math. Too much math that I don't feel like doing, to be fair. Math is an annoying skill that some people might have, but I choose to not use. So you lose, It's one of those skills, if you don't use it very often, you're gonna lose it, which is kind of annoying, but we carry calculators with us everywhere nowadays, so who cares, Hello? We're closed. Stop moving shit around. Right arm, right leg. See, like, there's a bunch of scares that I've not seen in this portion where something's supposed to show up here. Like, the body can sit up, a dark black figure can walk up to you, one of either the white man demon or the ring lady demon can show up here. But I've not had any of those while I've been playing. And I don't know if if I watched anyone, like, any of the full playthroughs that I watched. Fuck. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right arm. Nope. Left arm. I don't think I remember seeing anyone's playthroughs have that in them. But I could be remembering incorrectly. It's been a hot second since I've watched a proper full playthrough of this game, because why would I? Have seen it a million times, Don't jump scare without me. No promises. I'm not in control of that. Some good ASMR, wherever you are. Some very good ASMR. A little bit louder would be preferred, so you can actually be heard, but not too loud. Because then it's not ASMR anymore, Teeth feet time. I'm excited to know that he's going to add more bodies. Because right now I think there's, like, what, 5 bodies? I think there's 5 bodies. Because there's 2 ladies, 2 white guys, and 1 black guy, I think. She grinning. I see you grinning, bitch. You're not fooling nobody.
I'm missing something.
Oh, did I not grab the eye caps? Oh, fuck. I always forget they're over here. God damn it. Boop, 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 boop.
All right.
Chemical time. Grab it. Oh, hi, lady. She in the window. Hi. You want to help, or... No? Okay. They always just want to watch. They never want to actually be helpful. It's very rude. This lady is way too happy about me shoving shit in her arteries. Anybody in here? No? Okay. Nope, nothing.
I'm missing
I didn't do the bag. I keep forgetting about the bag. The fluid bag. I'm out of practice.
There we go.
You want me to go get the tank cleaner? I assume that's what you want from me. I've got to save that. That's funny. Yeah. I know. I'm going. Go on. Thank you. Not the goo. Ah. The goo.
Hello? I need to report a missing person. She has a drug problem. She has a Back up!
The lore. I look forward to the embalm only mode.
Rebecca, no, baby, no.
What the fuck?
It's okay.
I don't know what just happened, but it shook my desk. Hello?
I'm coming back. I'm coming right back.
I heard a thud, and then my desk shook. My desk be getting the vibrations.
Down here!
Dad, learn to put your arms out when you fall. Jeez. Mans doesn't know how to fall. Get up, Rebecca. We've been here before. Come on. Just pretend you were using the bathroom. Just pretend you were using the bathroom. How are we doing? Yeah, we're fine. Ooh. 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 But where? But where? But where? What? Oh, it's in the drawer. 3. Sweet. 93. Nice. No 9s there. 93. Telduck. Yep, it's Telduck. Sideways 93T. Sideways 93T. I gotta moisturize this bitch's face. Then we're gonna burn her body because I'm pretty sure it's her. Because look at that smile. Look at that grin.
Right.
Quite chipper for a dead bitch. I'll take that. Oh, hi. Again, they just want to watch. They never want to help. You know, I've got another body you could help me embalm, but whatever. Guess who's going in the fire? It's Miss Smiley Pants. Let me check the other guy, make sure he's not grinning too. Oh, never mind. Hi. You trying to prove something to me? Do I need to hit your trigger? No, you're just here for confirmation? Okay. You just gonna keep doing that?
Are you sure this is
Oh, I mean, you're kind of confirming it for me as I burn you, so... Wasn't your smartest move. But I already knew it was you, so... You know. It's a bop and beat, but it's making my ear vibrate, and there's still water in my ear from my shower, so it's not quite comfy. The beat's still back there, baby. It's the second time I've glitched this game while in this room. Is it gonna keep playing throughout the rest of the game? Tell me it stops with the cutscene. Okay.
long way? It's nice not to be the one down there for a change.
Ooh, that's really loud in the mic. Probably doesn't sound very good in the mic. Sounds interesting in the mic.
Where are my keys?
Why does opening the door trigger that audio? That's weird. Never noticed that before. It's kind of weird. $100,333. Okay.
At least I can keep track of things.
Eat. Oh, there it is. 9. 9. These are all different places than before, I think. No, wait, no, we've done this one before. There's also one where the guy or girl can be in this little space here that I've seen before, which is kind of funny. Lots of empty cabinets. What am I missing? I know I'm... Oh, this is what I'm missing. It's like I know there was something I didn't pick up. Milo. Yes? That's my name. Let me know when you're back, Rot. Some hella acne scars on his head.
There we go.
We got scratches on the body. We got scratches on the body. Milo, 36, rash on the head, right shoulder, right arm, and the right leg. Right side is fucked up. Printing. Boop.
There we go.
Now the eyeballs. Boop, boop.
All right.
And now the chemicals. It's bleaching agent. Oh, they're over there. Oh, how did I completely walk past that? Okay. Formaldehyde. Into the reagent. Oh, hi! So it's this body. Rarely do I pick the right body on the first go. It's a nice change. Hello? Can I help you? Anybody? No? Okay. Haven't actually seen that one before. That just through the door window. I don't think I've seen that one before. Daddy's a first. Oh. Boop. You have returned, huh? Nope. Dun, 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 dun. I know, you scared me genuinely. Much fright. Love the liquid still flowing. That's kind of funny. What?
Why didn't you let me die?
Dad. Ugh. Why won't you let me work? I have nothing for you. Just grab me already.
This is all your fault.
Thank you.
I regret every second with you.
Uh-huh.
Time is
Is it? I just got here. I just clocked in. What do you mean time's running out? I just clocked in. That's mean. I wanted to read you this email I got. I want you to tell me if it's a scam or spam email. Or not, if it's legitimate, if you think. I want you to keep in mind that my bank is Fifth Third Bank. That's the banking that I use. This service message with information related to your Chase accounts. It may include specific details about transactions, products, or online services. If you recently canceled your account, please disregard this message. That's just the note at the beginning of the email. It's not even like the email part of the email. The email is titled, "Your account has been disabled." Dear customer, our systems detected unusual activity in your account. For your convenience, help us maintain update as we take your security top priority. That's what it says. As part of our security measures, our database system detected unusual activity in your account. We are unable to update your online account, and therefore we have temporarily limited access to sensitive account features. Capital 2, prevent an interruption with your Chase online services. Comma, simply update your secure account by clicking the link. Please go to chase.com on your online access to enable the online upgrade. We appreciate your cooperation in this matter. Thanks. If you need to reply to this message, sign into chase.com and send us a secure message to protect your personal information. Sincerely, Chase. Legitimate or not legitimate? It's from invites@mailer.surveygizmo.com. I know, right? Seems super legit. I have never used Chase in my entire life. There's also an unsubscribe link at the bottom. I'm not going to click that either. Get on that like yesterday? Honestly, I know. I really want to show this to Max because I didn't even realize all of the typos and everything in the in the email until I started reading it out loud to you. At least they tried. I mean, they picked the wrong banking for me, but they tried, I guess. Can I get the third sigil so I can go in and burn this body without even having to embalm a second one? That'd be crazy. I fell for 2 scams back to back last year, but they weren't. Ooh. Swirly. But they weren't bank, but they were just as stupid, and I felt so stupid about it. It happened twice. Wish I wasn't an airhead. Yeah. Some of them are pretty well done, but a lot of them are just very clearly not it. If you're unsure, it's always safe to check the email that it's sent from, like what the email address that it comes from is. And then if it still seems like a legit email, look up the email, like Google the email and see what information you get. Because usually other people will have posted about it somewhere. Let's see if 9 swirly is unique to anybody. 9. No swirlies. Mine were text messages. Oh, yeah. Never. Oh, the light's turned off out there. 9 swirly. 9 swirly. Nope. No, not unique. God damn it. They keep opening the front door. It's very rude. Where are my wipes? Ah. Yeah, so since I've started my Amazon job search, I have started receiving scam emails titled "About Your Job Interview," titled that it's from Amazon. but it's one of those emails where the email is just a bunch of gibberish letters and numbers. But I only started getting them right after I had applied to Amazon, which is really weird. But I've been getting them like once a week since then, sometimes twice. Sometimes to both of my email accounts, like both of my main email accounts, even though only one of them is listed on my Amazon account, like that I use to like make the application. Did your feet move, or did I move your feet? He's not smiling, so maybe it's not him. Though I still have my suspicions. You want an email like that? One that's obvious so you don't fall for it, or just one saying, hey, you've got a job, congratulations, even if it's a bunch of horseshit? It's really funny, though, because I've also been getting actual emails from Amazon for like training and stuff. It's training that I've not started yet because I was like, why would I start it when I don't start my job in 3 weeks? I'm gonna start on it this week. I got a few hours of training videos I gotta watch and stuff like that. No, I mean an account with numbers and obvious sketch stuff. Oh yeah, the email address that it's sent from is like Amazon dot. It's like it's just a bunch of random bullshit. They turned my light off again. Would they stop doing that? Like maybe they're just wanting me to conserve energy, but I don't appreciate it. Oh, I need to pick up another one of these. Can I get number 3? No. Disappointing. Stop turning off my light. Rude. It's very disrespectful. I don't know why I didn't pick that up first. I thought the door opened. I thought I remembered hearing the door open. Am I crazy? Ah. Go, go, go. Is it you? Oh, it's the last body. Okay. I didn't see any of them moving, so I'm guessing it's the last body. Because it would have been behind that door. Alrighty, lady. Let's cut you open. Oh, what am I missing? Oh, I didn't grab this one. I always forget it's there because it kind of blends in with the background. Boop, 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 boop. Oh, looks like I'm embalming 3 bodies this time around. It's weird that I had that vision. Maybe I couldn't tell which guy it was super clear, so it's fair that it could be the other dude that I saw through the window.
All right.
Okay, time for some fluids. Oh God, that's the first time I've had him there. The sound scared me. I didn't even see him until after I heard the noise, but the sound jump scared me more than the fucking guy did. Jesus Christ. It's the first time I've had him there, though. Damn, I was hoping I'd get one where, like, I'm working down here and then I turn around. I did jump. The noise got me. I wasn't expecting it. It's the first time that little white man's got me. He's actually very big. He's a very big white man. He's very scary. He looks like that cursed yogurt commercial. What was I gonna do? I was gonna do something while you were flowing. Oh, you didn't see it? You can always clip it. We are happiest to confirm you're about your latest acquisition as per your demands. Send 1.52 MoneyGram to Happy Dude. Yeah. I'm busy. Give me a second.
There we go.
Yeah, it's gonna give me this fucking vision again. God damn it. What if I just, like, left? I'm gonna sit here. You're trying to post the link? Is that what happened? Were you trying to post the link?
Hello? I need to report a missing person. She has a drug problem.
Yeah, I have only approved people are allowed to like post links, just like most places, so people can't come in and spam like evil links. You can post it in the Discord under like Twitch clips or Twitch/YouTube recommendations, or hell, you can post in general for all I care.
It's okay. It's okay. I'll get you out of here. Please, sir. I'll just right up there. I'm coming back. I'm coming right back. Hey! Hey, I found her! Down here! Shit!
Thanks for the trauma, Dad. Get up. We've already done this. Today. We've already done this today. Come on now. Get your shit together, Rebecca. God. Boo-boo. Give me my last sigil, bitch. Give it to me. Give me my sigil. Oh, come on. Check, see if this guy's smiling. Nope. Here's the last dude. Disappointing. Wipes are over here. I'm gonna remake it when the VOD is up.
All right.
Oh, did you remove it? Did you delete it from the Discord server? Because I had the notification and then I looked and it's not there. So. Eh. Ah, valid. Alright, we're done with this bitch. I'm gonna put you back. So since it's the third body, we should have quite a lot of activity since we're farther into the night. I thought I put you back. Weird. I thought I rolled you back in there. Did I not? Maybe I didn't. Okay, I must not have. I don't think that's a thing that Ghost does. I don't think it pulls bodies out. But I'm pretty sure, I'm guessing I just didn't. No, that was a while ago. Got a little bit of a squitch on your head. Damn, you got a lot of shit on you, man. Mostly on your right side and your back, but you know. Simon Perry, age 51, mild abrasion on the head, 2 contusions on the right shoulder, a hemanoma on the right arm, contusion on the right leg, and blemishes on the left arm. My man's been fucked up. What? Let me grab the trocar. Okay, I thought I'd entered like a scare session or something, and that's why I wouldn't let me grab the trocar. Nope. Ooh. Is that the normal 3? I think that's the normal 3. Hold on. Yeah. Ah. Oh, they both have the 3? Oh, fuck. That means I'm gonna have to find the 4th sigil. Oh, that's mean. Oh. It's either the T or the 7. Fuck you. Oh, that's just rude. That's gonna make it difficult. Fuck me. Slamming my doors. 9-3 swirly, 9-3 swirly. Fuck. Oh. Ah! Closing my door for... Closing my door for... I already know it's his body. You don't have to confirm that for me. I'm already pretty fucking certain. Oh, oh, oh. Let me go double check. Ah! It's not his body? It's you? Unless I'm being fucked with. I don't know. I feel like I'm being toyed with here. I'll have to recheck him for marks. The problem is I have to get 4 fucking sigils for this one.
All right.
In order to differentiate. Fucking shit. I hate having to get 4. It's so annoying. Why am I trying to put it on his body? Just dump it on his head. Just dump it right on his skull. That'll work, right? Don't want to do it till towards the end though, because shit really starts to ramp up when you get the final sigil. So I want to make sure I know which body it is before I get the sigil. It can still fuck you over when you don't have all the 4, but it really ramps up with the 4th one. It looks like he's grinning. Fuck. That is him. Bye. I'm coming with you. Take me with you. Take me back to the psych ward. Give me them keys. I got a high-risk ward to go to. Bye-bye. Hi, buddy. Hi, me. Having fun up there?
You should have died when you had the chance.
So I've been told. Place sounds like my apartment complex I lived at before. Right? I love the fall. It's so funny. Just right on her face. But you're not really grinning. That's not really an upturned smile. That's just kind of a flat face. It's definitely one of the dudes. What if I had paralysis demon and actually told a joke before paralyzing? Interesting. Or told jokes while you were paralyzed. If there are bad jokes, it could be even scarier.
There we go.
We need to hurry the fuck up. I'm running out of time. I got a tank to clean. No, let me put in the tank cleaner. It's gotta be this guy. He's been moving so much. The only thing that could possibly change my mind is if the one whose door was slamming open and closed, like, smiles or something. I'll swear if I damn well please. Thank you very much. Getting my laps in today. Bloop, bloop. Hi. Fuck. Puts me outside. Did I hit an invisible wall? Oh, I ran into the pole. Okay. He's not smiling, so it's got to be the third body, right? This guy's just been moving so much. Okay, give me your... Oh, it won't let me look at your arm. Let me go find that last sigil. Seven, okay. I know I probably am. Shut up. I know it's open. I know. 9, 7, swirly 3. 9, 7, swirly 3. I gotta moisturize this fucker's face, and I'm gonna burn his body. Close that. Hello, asking for a... How are you? You ready to see me probably choose the wrong body? Oh my god. No, you can't have my body, you bitch. You fucking scared me. That's the I got jump scared twice in this one run. What the fuck? Shit gets spooky when you get towards the end. When you actually, like, have to embalm the third body and get the fourth sigil. Face? Oh. Oh, I meant to check his arms. Damn it. Check this guy one more time. No, I'm burning the older dude. Ah, it won't let me close it. There we go. I'm burning him. I might have it wrong. Had a Mega Florida man today? What does that mean? I'm not. Fuck you. Burn. Let me be right. Let me be right. Come on. Please tell, Fora. I do wish this ending varied a little bit more, like this section here. I just hydrated. Why did you redeem it after I took a drink of water? I'm gonna go get more water.
Morning.
Damn it! Wrong fucking body.
Not to be the one down there for a change.
Fuck.
Raymond?
Damn it. Got the wrong body.
Basis is in order.
Did I make it? Is it over?
How is it not him? Because I definitely had the right demon.
You've come a long way. It's a lot to learn.
I'm so glad I'm here.
God damn it.
I
I
know
want him
it's
to tell me if I got the wrong body or not.
You'll get used to it. You should head home.
You didn't say it was the wrong body.
Every night can be different.
I think I'm fine.
The only indication I had it was the other dude was
You seem out of it.
a
Oh,
haunting in the very beginning that I wasn't sure who was standing outside the door.
so long.
In the 2 years I've known you this week, you've never listened to me. Yeah.
Chose the wrong body.
Oh well. I still burned a body. Still embalmed 3 more. We surpassed 50 bodies embalmed, baby. I wonder if you could just put the body straight in the burner. Like, without embalming it. I wonder what happens if you try that. Like, obviously you're not going to get the demon, but, like, you know. There's a regular Florida man, but Mega Florida man will rear-end a semi-truck and an Austin Mini. Yeah. Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense.
At least I can keep track.
Numbers. 346182. On the door? No. Oh, above the door. Swirly. Ah, we're back to our basic normal setting. Cool. I want to see if it'll let me burn a body without embalming it. I'm curious to see if it'll let me do that. Drew, will you burn? Da, 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 da. It will. Bye, Drew. Have a fun time melting in there. Take my body. I need to find food desperately. Now I know what happens. I think it's funny that it still lets you. That's kind of funny. If you wanted to speedrun, I wonder if that counts as a body burned.
Mr. Delver?
Oh, it's not gonna let me skip it. Even though I've seen it before. Okay. I kind of like this one, it's fun. Oh, it was just shortened version. Oh, I unlocked Become possessed for the first time? What do you mean become? I've been possessed before. Weird. I've already done that before. I didn't. That ending was a little bit different, but It did count as a body burned. I still don't know how my body's burned is higher than my shifts completed, but that doesn't make any sense. But oh, maybe it doesn't. Maybe shifts completed doesn't count. No, I don't know. I'm not sure how the counting there works, but it's not my job. It's not my job to know.
Where are my keys? God, I always lose those.
I did what now? I paid money to where now? Oops. Oh, okay. That's fine. Right? Hold on. Sorry. God, hold on. The rain is loud as fuck. Let me go inside. Okay. Oh my god, I'm typing. Come on. How did it... Oh, I signed up through PayPal. Oh. 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 Forgot about that. That's fine. I'm not concerned or upset or anything, but... Okay. I thought it was $12. It's $23. That's fine. You have one name change remaining? Interesting. Sorry, I just got a message I got charged for something and I wasn't sure what it was. Got charged for GeoGuessr. Which is fine, I was planning to pay for it anyways, so... Well, fortunately for, I guess, both of us, I can't smell them, so... Although I don't know if I like the smell of potatoes or not. What kind of potatoes? Yes, it did let me burn the body without embalming, but I got possessed instead. 19460. Missing out. Ooh, we've not even started yet and I'm already getting a vision. Fancy. I mean, I was standing in the lobby for a hot second, so that's probably affecting my time. Hello? Also, all the things are open. I didn't do that. Where is the symbol? Where the fuck is the symbol? Oh, 7. Lady down the hall is just gonna have to wait a second. Hang on, me. One second. Hi. I got charged for GeoGuessr, which is fine. I was planning on paying for it anyways. It just was a little more than I thought it was supposed to be. Not a big deal. It's one charge. It's not going to charge me monthly.
No.
Girl, we've been here like 10 minutes. Calm down. Maybe the ghosts need to calm down. Will Cox. Will Cox what? Fly? I don't know. You're sorry? What do you mean? What for? Oh no, you're good. Like I said, I was gonna pay for it anyways. I was already planning on paying for it, so. Because the free version's ass, and the paid version isn't that expensive, so. 23 bucks for the whole year, pretty cheap.
There we go.
I might actually be cheaper than a VPN, to be honest. 31. Right shoulder, left arm. I didn't forget it was going to charge me. I just wasn't sure when it was going to charge me. That's why I was confused. Why does it always seem like I'm eating when you play this? Oh. Maybe because you are always eating when I play this. Spooky. Oh, I've already got one.
One of those.
Honey, how much? Yes, I know. I already said that. Thank you. Beat you to it, baby. Grab a scalpel and trocar. There we go in front. Oh, turn the light off behind me. Where is the... Ah. Beaker. Da-da-da-da. So, over the weekend, I didn't really feel like watching The Boys, even though that was initially my plan. I just didn't feel like...
I'm missing something.
Did I not grab the eye caps? God, I always forget them when they're over here. Yeah, I did not feel like watching The Boys over the weekend, so instead, I watched a bunch of movies.
Right.
Or at least I did on Saturday. That's good. If you don't find yourself funny, then how can anyone else? You know what I mean? I mostly watched movies on Saturday. I watched 4 movies on Saturday. Was it Saturday? Yeah, it was Saturday night into Sunday morning. I started with World War Z, which was way more stressful than I remembered it being. I remembered it being stressful, but I forgot how stressful it was. Am I missing one? No. Very good film. Very much enjoyed. Very abrupt. Oh, that's not what I needed. Oh, balls. It's not what the ending is kind of abrupt, but I think it's supposed to be. I think I got stuck on the thing there. Very good film. If we end up with World War Z zombies, whenever we do eventually get our zombie apocalypse in the real world, we are fucked. Hello? Thought I heard somebody making noise in here. One of the reasons I picked it was because we have it on DVD. And then... Oh, you meant what our movies? That's a complex question, actually. I watched it because we had it on DVD, and so I was like, what other movies do we have on DVD here? Because we don't have a very wide DVD selection, because, my family has an absolutely massive DVD collection, but I just picked a few of my favorites that were mine to take with me when I left, when I moved out. What am I doing? Truck cars next. Where the fuck do I think I'm going? Come on, you're supposed to be good at multitasking, dumbass. Jesus. So I was looking at the other ones, and I had Lucy, and I was like, oh my god, I haven't watched Lucy in forever. So I watched Lucy, starring Scarlett Johansson. Very good film. Very much enjoy it. Very much brain fuck. The first R-rated film I ever owned on DVD. And also maybe one of the first ones I saw in theaters as well. I remember seeing it with my mom the first time I went to see it, because I wasn't old enough to see it by myself. It's a very funky film. It's not for everybody, but I love it so much. It's so fun. And so then after that, I was in a Scarlett Johansson mood, so I decided to watch Black Widow after that. Very fun film. Very much love rewatching that one. I love Florence Pugh. She's lovely and amazing, and just absolutely fucking hilarious as Yelena. And then after that, I was in a superhero mood, so I finally rewatched Deadpool, and then I went to sleep after like an hour of TikTok after that. I need to find the moisturizer. Oh yeah, floating in the cabinet, right. So I don't know how she floats that up there, but... Haven't seen any of those? You're joking, right? You haven't seen World War Z, you haven't seen World War Z, Lucy, Black Widow, or Deadpool? Really? How have you avoided Deadpool all these years? And World War Z. Although you seem like jumpy. Like easily spooked. Oh, World War Z would have you peeing yourself. It's so well done too, because they've had fast zombies in World War Z. Like they booking it, running at you zombies. And ooh, that shit's way scarier than any of the Walking Dead zombies. Also, the World War Z zombies, you turn a lot faster than you do in The Walking Dead. The Walking Dead, you can take like a week to turn, whereas in World War Z, you turn in less than 20 seconds. It's usually about 10 to 12 seconds. Oh, who was that? Oh, fuck. Any idea who that was? Ah, balls. Damn it, I don't know who was in the window. I shouldn't have looked until I was able to see through the window, but I wasn't sure why the door was closed. Fuck. That's gonna be my only indication as to who it is. Fuck me. I'm not jumping on there. I assume you just don't watch a lot of superhero stuff. I mean, I know you said you don't watch a lot of movies, but I assume you're not big into like Marvel and stuff like that. Black Widow is not like a award-winning film or anything, but it's a fun one. It's just fun, and that's why I enjoy it. It's a lot of fun. Plus, it stars two fabulous ladies, Florence Pugh and Scarlett Johansson. Okay, that made me jump a little bit. Like, I know half of Scarlett Johansson's brand is being hot, but like, who gave her the right? This is a genuine question. Oh, and then last night I rewatched The Old Guard on Netflix, starring another hottie, Charlize Theron. Again, who gave that woman the right to be that fucking attractive. It's upsetting. I've seen a decent amount of MCU movies. They've been forced upon me, but not a ton. That's fair, I guess. MCU is not for everyone, and I get that. Just like the DCEU is not for everyone, and The Hobbit's not for everyone. Like, the massive franchises aren't for everybody, and that's completely valid and understandable. Plus, I do feel like superhero movies are kind of playing themselves out at this point, which is one of the things You're smiling. Oh, it's this bitch. No doubt it's this motherfucker. But that's one of the things that's what I like about the new She-Hulk show, is they're doing it different. So you have a type then, don't you? What do you mean? Oh, I need liquids. Liquids. Stop that bullshit. Okay. What was I saying? Oh, that's one of the things I like about She-Hulk is it's a comedy. It's billed as a comedy, which I think the Guardians movies might be billed as comedies as well. I'm not certain on that. But it's a fourth wall breaky comedy, and it's a lot of fun, and it's just fun. Like, it's got a good script and everything, but it's also just fun. Plus, it's got Tatiana Maslany in it, so I'm, biased. Yeah, I've heard the comic is like that as well. And it's different from what they've been doing, especially lately. There's a lot of serious stuff and things like that. They've always had their comedy and stuff in it, but I don't know. I would like for the MCU to find comics of characters that are different in tone than the ones we've been doing. Not just fun, but fourth wall breaky funny. Yeah. One run in the 70s. Oh. I don't know anything about the comics, to be honest, so.
It's all your fault.
But I love me some Tatiana. I love her. I love her to death. I would die for that woman. I'll watch anything she's in. I don't care if it's trash. I am fully biased and fully aware of my bias. But even excluding my bias, I still think She-Hulk is a fun show so far. And I like that it's different and it's just being fun. It's not trying to take itself too seriously or anything like that, which is really nice. Because all the shows lately have really been trying to take themselves really seriously, and it's not been working. 7 beaker swirly. Have I ever seen Brazil? Like, the country? Nope, not here. 7 beaker swirly. Okay, it's probably Masset. I have not seen a movie called Brazil. No, I have not. Okay. It's Massat. There's no Brazilian dirt, don't even ask. Well, then why would I watch it, huh? Okay, sideways 7 beaker swirly. Okay. Love that movie. There's a movie I haven't seen that I want to watch called Chronicle. It's a superhero film, but I've heard of, like, a bunch of the people that I watch for, like, movie critiques and things like that really like it. And so I trust them and their opinion on films. And I've heard a number of people say they really like it, and I've never seen it. I think it's a slightly older one for comic films. Not, like, crazy old. I think it's, like, 2004 or 5, which isn't that old, but, like, for, like, superhero films. Hold on, let me look it up. Chronicle film. 2012. Oh, it's way newer than I thought it was. I thought it was in the 2000s, like the early 2000s. It's a found footage science fiction action film directed by Josh Trank with a screenplay by Max Landis. Ooh, it made $126 million in the box office. Who's in it? Oh, Dane DeHaan and Michael B. Jordan are in it. Yeah. Dane DeHaan was the Green Goblin in the original Spider-Man trilogy. He was the son of the Green Goblin guy. Or, no, it was Amazing Spider-Man. Yeah. Sorry. Get them all mixed up. There's so many of them. No, not the original Toby, yeah. I said it and my brain went, no, that's not it. It's definitely this bitch. No doubt. No doubt in my mind it's this bitch. I see less, but still no more. Someone opened that, and it wasn't me. Wait, no, I need those. Boop. Look at that fucking grin on this bitch's face. Look at that. Girl, you going in the fire.
All right.
Girl, you ready to burn? Because that's where you're heading. I'll take that. Saw Blue recently and I loved it. I feel like I've heard of that. I feel like I've heard of Blue.
Are you sure this is the right one?
Yes, I am. I am certain. You're grinning at me and everything. I feel like I've heard of Blue. What's it about? I guess I can just look it up on my phone during this cutscene here. Boop. Blue film. (2002). Introverted schoolgirl falls in love and starts a relationship with one of her classmates. Yeah. There's a K-drama called, it's like called either Goblin or Guardian. I think it depends on what language it's in.
It's nice.
But I'd like to see that one. I'd like to watch that K-drama. Oh, I should have watched Hairspray over the weekend. Love that movie. Adrenaline Drive. No, I have not. I don't even think I've heard of it. Hairspray? Hairspray? You don't know if you've heard of Hairspray? Or the K-drama. I assume you mean the K-drama, not Hairspray. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. Okay.
Where are my keys? God, I always lose those.
Yeah, I don't know where to watch it at. I think it's on Amazon, or maybe it's on my torrent site that I use, I'm not sure. I think it might be on the Amazon Prime, actually. In, like, a different country, like, if you have to use a VPN to get to it, I think I found it on a streaming service somewhere. 1420.
At least I can keep track of things.
What? Did I type it wrong? Oh, I typed 28. I'm stupid. Oh, thank you. Thank you for your help. Even though I remembered the number, but thank you for your help. Huh? He kept me alive on my first tour. That's always important. Give me my sigil, bitch. What? Oh, it's in the bathroom. Okay. Doop. Chi. Unfollow me just to follow me again. I keep my expectations low. I am definitely not intellectual. I may not be stupid, but I am definitely not intellectual. I just know things sometimes.
There we go.
Oh, only 4. Alexis Martinez, 82. Head, shoulder, leg, and leg. Texture on the body came in so late, so you zoomed in, her skin like rapidly decayed. Tubes. Okay. Ah. Can I help you? Hello? Jimmy is asleep. At least he should be asleep. Stray is lurking. Stray might also be asleep, but Stray has me open in a tab somewhere. What am I missing? I'm not missing anything. Okay. Jimmy is definitely asleep. Jarek's the only one who would be here at this time of night with a J name. As Jimmy lives in the UK, so it is quite late for him right now. Or I guess early? It's like 7 a.m. over there right now. Max is home. Max came home today. Max got home right before today's stream, the day stream today.
All right.
Max is asleep, yes. Liquids. Here. And reagents. Tubes. Tubes.
I'm missing something.
Sometimes I like to repeatedly say one word when people are sleeping to see if I can get their dreams. Hello?
Why did you let me die?
Oh. Dad! Why won't you let me drain you?
This is all your fault.
Yeah, just grab me, thank you.
I regret every
Quietly and hypnotically.
Time is running out, Rebecca.
Another notification that I spent money through PayPal. Thank you for letting me know I'm poor. Thank you. I know. I'm well aware of my poorness. Trust me, fewer people are more aware than me. 7. Eep. Eep. Even though you're poor, I still think you're unique. I don't care what my dad says about your kind growing up. I'm only poor because I've been unemployed for like 6 months, so... I'll be rolling in the dough here in a few weeks. Give it a month. I'll be kicking ass. Taking names. Why eep? Oh wait, they're over here. Well, it's not her this time. I mean, you did it. Successful.
Right.
Or at least she's not grinning this time. It could still be her, but she's not grinning. do it. What, say eep again? Am I entertaining you? Don't ruin what? Oh, why did I turn the arm? It's right there. I have eyes, I promise. Alec. 36. Head. Arm. No, that's the arm. Arm. Leg. Leg. Do this. Shake my head? Why would I do that? What do you want?
Hello?
Rebecca? 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 Leave me alone, Rebecca. Jeez. Does Rebecca not know that Rebecca is at work and trying to work? I mean, I can pop my neck if you want me to. There you go. I did it.
There we go. All right.
That would have happened even if I hadn't attempted to pop it, just for the record. I was very tight, so. My neck was stiff as fuck, so. It would have happened with even a casual turn of the neck. I saw somebody over there. Over here. You blanked. Dad.
You did this to me. It's all your fault.
Fun. Last night I rewatched a 2-hour YouTube video that I've seen about 7 times, and then I watched Old Guard with some spontaneous TikTok here and there. Where was I? Ah, Pump. Old Guard is a Netflix film based on a comic book about these people who are immortal and guard the Earth. It's very good. It's the one that stars Charlize Theron. I believe it's actually Charlize's production company that made it. It just is on Netflix. It's very good, especially if you like looking at Charlize Theron. God, that woman's gorgeous. A MILF. True MILF. Honestly, she doesn't even look like a MILF. You know what I mean? Like, she doesn't look old enough to be a mom. I know she is old enough to be a mom, but she doesn't look old enough to be a mom. You know what I mean? Like, she kind of gives me mom energy here and there, but she doesn't look like she should give me a mom energy, if that makes any sense. Do you ever just, like, look at women and just go, oh, wow. Oh, hi, I saw you over there. You tried to spooky me, but I was going too quick. Got a 9, baby. TV9. Nope, T79. I've never actually done that now that I think about it. Do you not like the ladies? I thought you liked ladies. Was I mistaken? Oh, you do like ladies. Oh, okay. T79. Oh, there's one. Kovos. Kovos, is it you? Yep, it's Kovos. Ah. Interesting. How not very lesbian of you. Or, sorry, queer lady. I don't know if you're bi or not. Here it is. TT79. Okay. TT79. I don't want to commit to any bi erasure here, but I feel like it's a queer lady experience. Even for those of us who are no longer queer ladies, but were once queer ladies. If that makes any sense. Oh, hi. I thought I saw something on the floor there. When I play this with Max, I'm going to have to play it significantly slower so we can actually get the scares. Because I, like, ran right by that white guy earlier. Ooh. Okay, that's some queer activity. Oh, my God. Was it you? Arlie? You have a U-Haul credit. Yeah, definitely U-Haul credit. Within a week of meeting her. That's like... How far across the country are we talking? Move. It wouldn't let me move. That was weird. Being possessed.
The door is open.
How is the door open? How is the door open? The door's not open, fucking liar. Unless you're talking about that door. That door's definitely open. See? Coast to coast. Had to come back from New York to Cali. She was in Pennsylvania. So but you're in Cali right now. Right? I'm assuming this is not the one you're currently with? No, okay. I didn't think so. What am I missing? Did I miss something on a leg? Am I stupid? Did I not check everything? Sometimes it's really hard to see them. It's usually pretty easy. Oh, his chest. Oh, I looked right past it. I'm smart.
There we go.
It's really hard to see from that angle. Girlfriend's in Japan. Don't call me a weeb. Isn't that like ultimate weeb? Is she Japanese or is she just in Japan? Oh, right leg. I'm dumb. Right leg. There we go. No. I feel like you've probably answered this question before to me, honestly. I think I've asked it before. But as we all know, I forget many a thing. Boop. Oh my god. How did that get me? God, I'm jumpy tonight, apparently. Jesus. Well, it's definitely this guy, if there was ever any doubt. Well, I did. My heart's racing right now.
There we go.
Look at him smiling at me. Fucking hell.
All right.
Whew. I don't know what's got me jumpy tonight, but fuck. Wasn't even that good of a scare. Whew.
No.
That got me too. I don't think I physically jumped though. I like twitched for that one. Yeah, yeah, uh-huh. Uh-huh, you have come. Yeah. Information I did not want nor need. Can I have my light back, please? Oh, okay. You sleep better last night? No. I had about 5.5 hours last night, but my Fitbit still gave me an 83 score, which is really high, and I don't understand how I could get an 83 sleep score when I didn't even sleep for 6 hours. I don't understand that. I'm gonna get ya. I'm gonna get ya. I'm gonna get ya. I got him. Well, I went to bed at my normal time, or attempted to. Tried to go to bed at 6:30-ish. But I didn't fall asleep until 7:30 because my body wouldn't let me fucking sleep. So.
Be more comforting.
Be more comforting.
Just
Yes.
let me go, Rebecca. It will all be over.
My body wouldn't let me sleep. It was very mean. Ooh, was that a motion sickness yawn I just had? I think it might have been.
I'm missing something.
Why did I try to put the trocar in his neck? Oh no, no naps. Mirror mask? No, I have not. Mirror mask. Oh, written by Neil Gaiman. Oh. Well, that's gotta be good then. It's got Neil Gaiman. Didn't even make $1 million in the box office, though. That's kind of pitiful. It released a few days after my birthday. After I turned 6. Oh, he did the comic. Don't you just love Neil Gaiman? Isn't he just lovely? Just a lovely, lovely man. It's bad good, but mostly good. I didn't recognize any of the actors. But, Neil Gaiman did one of the Eternals comics as well. For Marvel.
There we go.
I have it. I own it. I haven't read it yet, but I own it. Just haven't gotten around to reading it yet. Yeet. Oh, hi. I finally got it. I finally got her hiding in the cabinet. Maybe that's why it was open before and I just didn't notice her. Moisturizer. And then close all the drawers because we're burning this body. Hey, Wolf Girl Bella. Thank you for the follow. Oh, hi. Your arms look fucked up there. You didn't give me that time, asshole. Fucking bitch. He's mean. How are you talking? I sewed your mouth shut. Shut the fuck up. I
All right.
think this is the first time I've watched them say it. I've always, like, been over there when they say it. Take the mark. Now that I'm paying more attention, I feel like you won't jump. Look at you getting all these photos today. Right? That's what? 3 today? Pretty good. We're almost at 200. I'm honestly surprised it's taking this long to get to 200, but... Goodbye, asshole. I am not wrong, actually. I'm very correct. But I appreciate your vote of confidence. So I got a new lighter, so I can light a candle like this one that's so, like, far down. Oh. Ah, it smells so good. It's a fruit smoothie. Ah, good shit. But it's electronic. Yeah, pretty much. Except not nearly strong enough to do any damage to anything except a wick of a candle. Could definitely burn my hair, though. I think I accidentally burned my hair earlier. I've been losing my hair like crazy lately. Like, the past, like, month. Like, I'll be, like, in the shower scrubbing my hair, and I'll, like, go to, like, wring it out, and then I've just got, like, a wad of hair in my hands. And I'm like, okay. I got plenty of it to shed, you know, but, like... And I used to, I feel like more often, I used to back when my hair was really long, like, way back in the day. But I've really noticed it lately, that, like, really picks up. It's really picked up lately, and I don't know what that's about. Oh, I brush my hair every day. Like, usually 2-3 times a day, because I've got, it's pretty thick.
Keys. God, I always lose those.
So, and yes, I brush with a detangler. No fingers? Oh, sorry. That's a habit. It's just gonna keep happening. I'm sorry. I see Rookie is lurking. Oh, it will. 6730. All right.
At least I can keep track of things.
Rookie knows that they don't have to say anything. But it's fun to know that they're here. You have no idea how strong my complaining is, and you have no idea how strong my habits are. I've been trying to kick a chewing my fingers habit since I was, like, 5. Huh? Since I was old enough to be able to chew my fingers. Guess what's not stopped, huh? You underestimate the power of my bad habits. Where the fuck does that one appear? What? I really don't like that one, because I can never fucking find it. Is it in one of the drawers? Ah, it is. Sideways. Unsubbable force versus unmovable object. Pretty much, actually. Like, we've tried everything possible to get me to stop chewing my fingers, like, growing up, outside of hypnotization. That's, like, the only thing we didn't try. Nothing worked. Gloves. That nasty-ass nail polish you put on that purposefully tastes bad. Like, proper reprimanding where anytime anyone saw me, they'd yell at me. It's been ages since we've tried anything because I've just kind of accepted it as part of myself. I also think it would be weird at this point. I would be really, like, not necessarily dysphoric, but uncomfortable if I had, like, normal people fingernails at this point. Because I've gone my whole life having chewed up fingers and, like, no fingernails, that it just, I feel like I'd feel weird looking at my hands if I had, like, regular fingernails, you know? Just because I've had them like this for my whole fucking life. Literally as long as I can remember. Oh, we put fake nails on as well. We did fake nails when I was a kid. Chewed those off in a week. So, I think it was less than a week. Within a week, they were gone. Oh, hi, me. Yet to meet a guy who chews his toenails. I actually came across, that's kind of funny that you say that. I came across a TikTok earlier today, or yesterday, I think, about that, which is kind of funny. Like a guy who admitted to chewing his toenails. Like a full-grown adult male. Like, it's one thing when kids do it, because, like, have you seen how flexible children are? But, like, why did I come up here? Oh, right, this. But, like, I can't imagine being able to get, oh, God, okay. I can't imagine being able to get my foot that close to my face now, you know what I mean? Like, the flexibility required is kind of impressive at this point. I can barely get my leg up far enough to clip my toenails, you know what I mean? Like, what was it, Z? I said it was Z, right? I can still put my legs behind my head. I have never been able to do that. That is a skill I have never had, personally. Let me go make sure that was a Z. Pretty sure it was, but yeah. Cool.
There we go.
I constantly wear socks, so toenails, I don't really think about them because they're constantly covered. Unless I'm in the shower. It's the only time they're not covered. Because I have sensory issues. And my feet get cold very easily because I also have circulatory issues. Oh, you hate socks? Mm. Tubes. What am I doing? Looking right at them and not picking them up. Slash, slash, slash. If you say so. Is there a fucking whale outside? Hello? Hey, what's up, Stray? You been listening this whole time, or are you just now popping in? I know you've been lurking, but have you been listening? My feet are legit softer than my hands. I have some soft fucking hands. There's this. Ah. Ah. Cool. In the belly. Well, welcome, welcome, welcome. Glad to have you here for this night shift at the morgue. Or as I've titled the stream, Night Shift Morguery. It's definitely a word. Just because it's one I made up doesn't mean it's not a word.
There we go.
That's all I have to say about that. Well, I don't know if it's this body or not, because Just having slashes is not usually enough. Or it's not always enough. Also, I don't think I have enough sigils to have any idea what... Yeah, I don't have enough sigils yet. To know which body it is, so... No, give me this with the white. Thank you.
All right.
Not certain if it's him or not. Obviously, he's got the slash marks, so that's 1 point going towards him, but... Sometimes... it's a lie. That, and I also don't know which fucking demon it is yet, so... Therese Zimmerman. Therese got a big old wallop on her head. Ba-ba-bum, ba-ba-bum, ba-ba-bum. Down the long hallway we go. Feetsy wobbles. Who chatting? Huh? What? Fuck off. Closing my door just to knock on it. Hooligan behavior. Hooligan, I say.
There we go.
Oh. Not a lot on her. I didn't know you could do that. Interesting. Is it possible for them to turn the computer off? Interesting. I've never noticed that before. Right shoulder, right leg, and that's all. Not much for her. I'm gonna e-redeem. I mean, I guess that's technically something that could happen. Absolutely not. We will not. There will be no such thing, Stray. That redeem will have to cost actual money.
There we go.
Only for cash. Direct deposits only. Okay, who opened all my cabinets? And why? Why are you opening all my cabinets? Again, hooligan behavior. Hooligan behavior. I didn't pick up the eyes. You know why? Because they're over here. And I always forget when they're over here. Fucking Zoe keeps putting them in a place and I keep forgetting.
All right.
Make it a bit thing. One day I'll be able to spend money on stream stuff. But until that day, I shall not say. Nope. Open it first, you dingus. Closing my cabinet doors. God damn. Okay. Reagent, baby. No. What am I doing? Oh, tube. I keep forgetting that I'm over there to grab the tube, and I don't know why. Artery, forceps, PVC tubing. Nope. I refuse. Ah. That's mean. Can you at least give me a sigil? No? Okay. I had to draw the line somewhere.
There we go.
Just gonna give me the fucking bathroom one again. Why would I bother answering the phone? Oh my god. I'm being ganged up on. That's 6. I think I might just have to finish this, because I don't... This is a good shot. This is a good chance to get more water, though.
She has a Becca! Becca!
Here we go. I'm gonna go get more water, because this one's empty.
Becca! Rebecca! Rebecca! Oh my god, no. Don't leave me, no. Oh my god. It's okay. It's okay, darling. I'll get you out of here. The police are just right up there. I'm coming back. I'm coming right back. Hey! Hey, I found her! Down here! Shit!
Oh, perfect. Still mad. Induced a nice burp while I was in the other room, though, that chugging of the water. What I apparently needed from dinner. Oh, it was while I was in the other room. I was in there getting new water. Okay. Give me the sigil. Swirly. You're not wrong. I drank like no water during the earlier stream. Sideways Z swirl. Oh, there he is. Hello. I see you. Hi. You can just stay there. I forgot what the thing was. He made me fucking forget. Sideways Z swirly. Sideways Z swirly. Zell. Oh. Weird. Oh, he went away. It's a cell. Yeet. Z swirly side T. Oh, which T was it? Ah, that T. Z swirly side T. Okay, let me check again. I'll be back in a while.
All right.
Like the sub shop? It used to have a $5 footlong, but now the footlong is like $80 billion. Now a 6-inch is in fact $6. Ah, Subway sounds really good. Well, if you say so. Okay, seems like enough for me. Were you twitching because you were on the gurney? I'm guessing yes. Gotta go get the mark. I'll say it once for $5. Extortion. Bye.
Are you sure this is the right one?
Yeah, Justin, fuck off. I bet when you finally sleep tonight, you'll say it in your dreams. What? It wasn't that body? Really? But I had the slashes and the door was open and closing. God damn it. Well, does it count as a body burned at least? Why am I getting this one this time instead of where I wake up in the coffin already?
What happened?
Weird.
Let me go. Hey, what are you doing?
Sorry. The only way.
No,
That's weird though. How did I get the wrong one?
Raymond. Raymond.
That's really weird.
Raymond.
That's fair. That's fair.
You can never fix what you've done.
Wow. I fucked that up. Oops. I don't know how I fucked that up. It was the one with the door opening and closing, and you had the slash marks. What was I supposed to think? What was I supposed to think? It just must not have been the right anything. That doesn't make any sense, actually. How did I get that ending and not like a you picked the wrong body or you picked the wrong demon
My keys.
ending? That's kind of weird, because I didn't run out of time. And I didn't burn a body without a mark on it. I don't know how I got that ending. No. No, changing it now. I want to see results. 974049. 974049.
At least I can keep track of things.
Too slow. Beaker. I'll never troll again. Meh. The trolling can be fun. Oh, that's good. That one's good. Y'all know I'm gonna have to piss now, right? Because y'all made me drink all that water so fast. That, and it's been 2.5 hours since I last went to the restroom, so it's a combination of factors. Oh wait, that's all. She said that was it. I'm smart. No, sadly, for you. Having me do some more hydration. Trying to keep me healthy. I'm just gonna let y'all get it out of your system before I drink anything. So I know this might take you a while. Eye caps. I remembered. I remembered. It's a miracle. Oh, I almost forgot these. Sounds like a you problem. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Five. It's half that cup gone. She'll be back. I'm not worried.
There we go.
Well, at least Rookie's not ganging up on me. That's nice. If you say so. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I wonder if it's gonna give me a notification about that. I don't think it did. No, it didn't. Probably because you've already followed before.
That's not it.
Oh, I already did that one. I thought I grabbed the other one. Oopsies. Drop. No, you don't. You know you love me. Reagent. What am I missing? Glutaraldehyde? Mm-hmm. Thought so. Again with... Oh, I don't need that. Again with the fucking whale outside. God, good lord. 0. That's funny. I mean, maybe? Definitely a possibility. The methanol just on the floor. Can I help you? Oh. Can I help you? Belly time. Good luck with the cereal. I'm gonna need to use the restroom soon anyways.
There
So.
we go.
Beep, beep, beep. Oh. Must be in the hallway. Oh. 9. No? I tell people good luck whenever they go anywhere, including to the bathroom. Oh, that's my first mark? I found I've just not been marking them down. I think I got a beaker in the other room, right? In the body room. Yeah, it was a beaker. Cool. Too clumsy to make cereal? I mean, if you say so.
Alright.
Oh, I don't think it's this guy. Wait, let me check his arms again. Hold on. Can we put him back down? Put him down! It works. It works. I don't think it's this guy. Nothing's happened. Nothing's changed. And he's not smiling at me, so... I still love how much I have to move my mouse just to move the gurney around. It's kind of funny. Oh, it says smarmy. I thought it said smarty. I don't know why. I mean, I can't read, so that helps. That definitely influences it. Girlie, what you laughing at?
There we go.
Oh, that's it. Okay. She said, there we go. That means we're done. Simon Ross, age 36, hemanoma on the head, blemishes on the right shoulder, and a keratosis on the right arm. That is all. I am Speed. Trocar. Da, 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 da. Doop. I'll probably use the restroom after this round is over. And we'll come back for some more. I'm trying to get to the 100 bodies embalmed and the 50 shifts completed. Or 50 bodies burned. It's not 50 shifts completed, it's 50 bodies burned,
There
but
we go.
you have to do 50 shifts to burn 50 bodies, from my knowledge, so. From my knowledge, there's not a way to burn multiple bodies in a shift, so. Could be wrong, but I don't think there's a way to do that. Tap, tap, tapping on my window. Tap, tap, tapping on the window. Tap, tap, tapping on the window. Tap, tap, tapping on the window. Pardon my song. It happens sometimes. Time for a sweep. Sweep, sweep, sweep. It's a good ASMR word, sweep. It's got an S and a P in it. Ba 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 ba. Yeah, I knew we were gonna get drippy drips. I was about to say it out loud. Oh my god. What the fuck? I'm fucking psychic. I don't know why, but I was like, oh, I know we're gonna get drippy drips. What the fuck? Bonkers. No words, just lick the mic. Disgusting.
What are you doing here?
I'm in the bathroom. Leave me alone. Get out of the bathroom. It's rude.
I can't hold anything else.
Oh, I still have the thing in my mean. Fucking shit. 3, okay. You got another scam text? Made cereal flawlessly. Iconic. Would not recommend, especially if it's not from someone you know.
There we go.
'Twas a 3, correct? Yes. We'll go get the tank cleaner first. Tank cleaner. Scribble. Hadn't scribbled yet, so. Mean. Fuck you. I like the scam calls telling me about my car, and I totally own and drive and have insurance for. Right? 9 beaker 3. I feel like I've had that combination before. 9 beaker 3. Musette. I believe that's the only one that has that combo. No beakers. Yep, it's Musette. Okay, beaker T93. Beaker T93, okay. This one is about open enrollment being disrupted for an activity. Could it be real? Am I inactive? I don't know. Are you? Yeah, so I know the demon, but which body is it? It's probably the third body, isn't it? I've not had any weird activity with any of the other two. Unless the first guy's smiling. Any grinning? No. It's gonna be number 3 then. Maybe that's what's inactive, huh? Thought I heard a noise over there. Oh, there was one on his face. I didn't see it.
There we go.
I see you. Not sneaky. Collective. What? No way. I'm not falling for that shit again. I'll check him at the end. I'll leave that open, actually, so I don't forget to check. Check his arms and stuff at the end, if there's nothing crazy that happens with this guy. I don't buy that shit for a second. Oh, I'm picking up stuff, right? What? Did I not pick it up off the printer? I'm dumb. I thought I picked it up off the printer. I did not. I did not. I did not. Hydrate again. Y'all gonna make me piss like a fucking horse.
There we go. All right.
Okay, fluids. Bottle is very damp. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Yeah, you kind of got 4.5 actually. Again, I don't need to know that you've come. I don't need that information. Well, there was only 4 on the screen when I drank. Huh? We dreamed the 2 more after I had already drank. Huh? Stop being mean to me personally. It's definitely a personalized attack, huh? 100%. It is true, though. I can't count or read. It's something I struggle with, huh? I didn't come here for bullying. Be more comforting.
Just living in Rebecca. It will be over.
I'll tase the demon with my tiny lighter. My rechargeable lighter. Methanol. Heard movement down there. I'll just pick the one up off the floor. Tubes. Well, when you said today was a bad day, I assumed it was, that meant it was, what am I missing? What is, oh, reagent. Oh my god, wow, I'm dumb. Okay. I literally looked at the checklist.
Can't hold anything else. I can't use that here.
Yeah, well, drop it, bitch. Jeez. Okay. Be careful with that. Oh yeah, yeah. There we go. Let's try to do things in order, shall we? Jesus Christ. Okay, we need a bag. And this. Check this again. Baker T93. Beaker T93. Okay. Speaking of crying, I need to put The Art of Racing in the Rain on my to-watch list. My rewatch list, actually. That's a good movie. The Art of Racing in the Rain. Who needs typing? Fuck typing. I love, my favorite thing about having a Google phone is that the voice to text is so much better than it is on the other Android that I had. Oh, it's so good. Yeah, Art of Racing in the Rain, the movie. With Milo, Vila Matila Milo, whatever the fuck his last name is, and the dog. The guy from Heroes. And This Is Us. Wait, I can't do that yet. I gotta wipe his face first. But who is the body? Who is it? I didn't pull you out. I left your door open, but I didn't pull you out. It's him. It's him! I didn't pull him out. But have we had body stuff with this guy?
Right.
Being difficult. Oh, what now? Grandma? Oh. Well, so much fun not having body stuff with that guy. Jeez. Okay. I'm still gonna check them both for marks, because I think I have time. I have time. I have to pee so bad. Fuck you guys. I did not pull him out. I left his door open. I distinctly remember leaving his door open, but not pulling him back out, because I was going to close it, and I was like, no, I'll leave the door open so I remember to check you. And now he's out again. I don't trust it. I think it's the other guy. Although there's music playing. Oh, that means I don't have much time. Fuck. I need to check him, though. Oh, hi. Oh, I don't know. Fuck me. Let me check her, make sure she's not, like, grinning and fucking me over. Oh, it's all dudes this time. I thought we had a lady, but I guess not. Oh, wait, he's got a grin on his face, though. So who pulled you out, then? Let me check the body. If the body's got marks on it, then I think it's this guy. It's being hard to get along with this time around. If you say so. Oh, he's got a mark on his wrist. But is it a lie? Oh, fuck, I don't know. But I need to pick. I need to pick. I think I'm gonna go with this guy. Oh, but the other one's smiling. Oh, I don't know. My furrow? You like my furrow? Because he's grinning. Look at the grin. Look at his cheeky little grin. But he's got markings. Which one trumps which? Oh, fuck. It doesn't really matter which one I pick. I can be wrong. It's not that big of a deal. I think it's him because he has the markings. But he's smiling. Why you smile? If he wasn't smiling, I'd be 100% sure it's that guy. But he's kind of grinning and also... balls. I'm going with my gut. I'm going with this guy. His feet are moving. He moved. Why is his body moving? I'm not touching him. Are their bodies just jiggle when you're under them? That's weird. I'm burning him. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But sometimes the markings are a lie. Oh, fuck, I don't know. I'm going with him. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Gotta say anything? Got anything to say? You got anything to say? No? Okay. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. It's probably you, isn't it? You and your fucking grin. Fuck. Who turned out the lights? Fuck. I did not. I don't know if I'm right or not. Fuck. Oh, the corpse said it? Why'd the light turn back on? What happened? Oh, when I asked him.
You've come a long way.
Yes!
It's nice
Yes!
to be the one down there for a change.
Oh, I was so stressed.
Mr. Dover?
You can just call me Ray.
Ah. I was so stressed. I got it right. Thank fuck. You almost threw me off with that cheeky grin. Okay, I gotta piss. Enjoy the spooky music. I'll be back. Predictable. I knew I was gonna come back to some hydration routines. I was sitting there taking a piss, and I was like, you know, I bet you they're gonna redeem a bunch of hydrates while I'm here. I'll let you wait till I come back to leave. Okay, I want to take a short break from the game, actually. Watch some YouTube. While I eat some chips. Some chips. Sorry, it's playing a YouTube video in the background.
Where's the child? Where's the child? Where's the child? She ate it. Yes, she was like, sorry, we can't afford to have both of you, so I ate my child. So in this time of her catching her mum with a hug.
Okay. Why is this video so long? I thought this was gonna be a short video. I don't want to watch a 46-minute video. Jesus.
Hello, all of you wonderful people. Jules here for WhatCulture.com, and
Why not?
today
Why not What Culture?
something seriously messed up to talk about. No, it's not my love life, but instead horror movies that potentially took things a little bit too far, especially when it came to their ending. And we all know that horror films only rarely end on a positive note, but these ones, well, they went.
Spoilers ahead.
So let's take a look, my friends. As I'm Jules, this is WhatCulture.com, and these are 8 horror movies with seriously messed up endings. Number 8, The Descent. So a year after the tragic death of her husband and daughter in a car accident, the still grieving Sarah goes on a recuperative spelunking adventure with a group of outdoorsy girlfriends. While they're exploring a particularly claustrophobic passage in an unexplored cave system, rockfall blocks their only way out. And
No.
Adventure with a group of outdoorsy
No. Stop it. Stop it.
girlfriends. While they're exploring a particularly...
Stop it. Stop it. You wouldn't even need... What? I'm sorry. What just happened? You wouldn't even need to have horror in this. This climbing through this tiny hole... No, that's the horror film. That's it. That's the horror film right there. That's the whole thing. That's the whole horror film. What did I just get a notification about from Snapchat? What was that? Weird. I don't know what that was. No, absolutely not. No, I don't... The movie was really bad. I bet. I'm sure the movie was bad, but like, no, stop, no, stop this activity. Stop it. Stop it. Where?
Get in the bin.
Just stop it. Where's?
About this. If you're doing it, stop it. Get some help.
I should make that a button. I should make that a button.
claustrophobic passage in an unexplored cave system, rockfall blocks their only way out. And as if being trapped miles beneath the surface of the Earth with little hope of rescue wasn't terrifying enough, it soon transpires that the group weren't alone when they find the caves are also inhabited by a subterranean humanoid creature with a taste for human flesh.
Spooky.
Ruh-roh, Raggy. After a lot of people die,
Ooh,
only
cringe.
Sarah and her friend Juno remain. I use the term friend loosely here because Juno turns out was having an affair with her husband before he died. So
Oof.
Sarah stabs Juno in the leg with a pickaxe, which is pretty understandable given the circumstances, and leaves her for dead. but then she falls down a hole and is briefly knocked unconscious. She quickly awakens, however, to see daylight and manages to escape the caves. Hysterical, she finally reaches the car and drives away, only to be startled by the ghostly apparition of Juno sitting next to her. Now, if you've only seen the American version, here's where the movie ends, which is a good enough jump scare ending, right? But the original British cut, well, it had an ending that was far more depressing. This scene cuts back to the cave where Sarah awakens, having dreamt of her escape, and the camera pans out as we hear the screeching creatures advancing upon her. No final girl for us. Number 7.
It's a better
Eden
ending.
Lake. Loved-up couple Jenny and Steve head off to the English countryside for a camping trip beside the titular lake. But unfortunately for them, their romantic getaway is interrupted by a group of
Oh, that's,
disaffected British youths, led by ringleader.
That was, what's his name? Monch. Ryback?
Brett, who wage an increasingly violent assault on the couple. The couple try to escape by car, but end up crashing, trapping Steve
Oh,
in the
Magneto.
vehicle.
That's the guy who plays Magneto, right? The young Magneto?
While Jenny leaves to find help, but the teens find Steve and brutally attack him, and so the couple end up tied to a wood pile about to be set alight by them. Yeah, things definitely escalate. Realizing that Steve has succumbed to his wounds, Jenny escapes the body bonfire and after taking out a few teens herself, heads to the nearest town
Ooh,
for help.
teen
As she
murder.
makes it to town and finds a backyard party where she promptly faints in front of the seemingly friendly partygoers. She awakens inside their house, but then soon the realization hits that the home that she's in is that of the ringleader Brett's parents, and the partygoers tending to her wounds are actually parents of the kids who've been terrorizing her. She heads to the bathroom, but as the parents put 2 and 2 together and register that this mysterious gatecrasher has actually killed their kids, she realizes that she has no chance of escape. The parents drag Jenny off.
I know
and as
him
we hear
too.
Her terrified screams. The camera pans to Brett in his bedroom as he shuts the door to drown out her cries. Bleak. Number 6, The Wicker Man.
Definitely
This
Blake.
classic
Oh,
horror
Wicker Man.
follows pious Scottish police sergeant Howie as he
Haven't
travels
watched
to
it,
a
but I
remote
know about it.
island named Summer Isle, which is famed for its unusually abundant fruit harvests. He's there to investigate the disappearance of a young girl after receiving an anonymous tip-off. He's met with uncooperative islanders who deny the missing girl's existence and discovers that they practice paganism and do pagan things like having sex in fields and making their kids dance around phallic maypoles, which just don't do that. Weird. As he searches for the girl, Howie soon finds evidence that the islanders partake in ritual sacrifices to appease their pagan gods and also ensure a fruitful harvest, and that Rowan may be the next lamb to the slaughter. Luckily, he finds the girl and tries to escape Summer Isle, but they are intercepted by the islanders, who Rowan then happily trots off towards. He's been had. It was never the girl that the islanders intended to sacrifice, but instead
Was him.
it was him. The islanders force him into a giant wooden effigy, set it alight, and gather around to sing a little folk ditty to their pagan gods. Howie, a devout man, even as he's being burned alive, starts praying and reciting psalms, but is drowned out by the chanting of the
What
islanders.
are you doing? Do you keep posting and deleting? Is that what you're doing right now?
As the Wicker Man is engulfed by flames and a fiery sun sets in the west. Ooh. Number 5, Night of the Living Dead.
Hey.
Do I really need to explain the plot of The Night of the Living Dead? It's an absolute classic, and if you haven't seen it, then you owe it to yourself to do so right now. There's zombies. They're everywhere. They eat flesh, they're little rascals, and they've trapped a few people inside an isolated farmhouse, which soon gets overrun. Ben, the protagonist, is the only person equipped enough to deal with the dead rising from their graves, and as the night goes on, it wears down to only him being alive. Ben survives the night
What's
and
up,
by
Jarrett?
the morning finds that the zombie horde is being thinned out by a group of gun-toting, redneck-looking dudes. He cautiously goes to make his way outside, and just when we think our hero is going to make it, bang! The redneck shoots him, mistaking him for yet another zombie. His lifeless body is then unceremoniously dumped on a pyre and burnt alongside the corpses of the living dead. Although Romero himself has said
Didn't know
that
that's how it
Jones's
ended.
casting was merely just because he was the best man for the part, as opposed to being a political statement for the movie, it is undeniably evocative of America's racial tensions, which makes the finale all the more bleak. Number 4, Martyrs. This French horror film starts with a young
Why not
girl
both,
named
Derek?
Lucy escaping from an abattoir where she's been held captive and abused for years. She's placed in an orphanage where she makes friends with a girl named Anna. Fast forward 15 years and Lucy is found and murdered her captors and requests Anna's help in burying the bodies, but ends up committing suicide. Anna doubts her friend's claims but soon finds an imprisoned young girl and tries to help her escape before she is apprehended by a secret society.
I
led
think
by
I've
the
heard of this
sinister
movie.
Mademoiselle, who shoot the girl dead and take Anna captive. Mademoiselle and her mates have got it in their heads that by kidnapping young women and torturing them, that their subjects will achieve transcendence,
I think I watched an Elvis the Alien video on this movie.
become martyrs, and be able to see the secrets of the afterlife. After subjecting Anna to daily beatings, Mademoiselle decides that she's reached the final stage and stands her alive.
Let me see. Let me make sure it's Elvis. I can't type. Elvis. Yeah, I watched Elvis the Aliens video on this movie. I was like, this movie looks familiar.
Somehow still conscious, Anna reaches a euphoric state and is asked by Mademoiselle what she's actually seen. Anna whispers something that we don't actually hear, and the next day, as the secret society gather to hear what Mademoiselle has to say, she tells her assistants to keep doubting and promptly shoots herself in the head, leaving her followers, as well as us viewers for that matter, without an answer. It's an ending that's ambiguous, nihilistic, and depressing for the protagonist, antagonist, and us poor horror fans as well. Brill. Number 3, Inside. Quite possibly one of the most brutal movies to come out of the new French extremity movement, Inside tells the tale of Sarah, a young pregnant woman who, along with her unborn child, survives a car accident that kills her husband. Months later, it's Christmas Eve, and a heavily pregnant, grieving Sarah isn't exactly the festive spirit, but her night's about to get a lot worse. A mysterious woman who somehow knows Sarah's husband turns up and breaks into her house and starts attacking her with the intention of stealing her baby. Though several characters pop by and almost foil the mad woman's plot, she manages to dispatch them all. Then comes the big reveal. The mysterious woman was also in the accident that killed Sarah's husband, and she too was pregnant but ended up losing her baby. The policeman who came round calling earlier but was dispatched managed to survive, eventually revives themselves but confuses Sarah for her attacker and ends up clubbing her stomach and kick-starting the birth. The baby gets stuck and the mad woman does the unthinkable. She performs an impromptu and incredibly gory C-section with a pair of scissors. The movie ends
Censored.
with an eviscerated Sarah lying dead and bloody while the woman cradles her newborn who somehow managed to survive its botched job birth. And all we can do is wonder what's going to happen to the poor little sprog. Number 2, The Mist. Based on a Stephen King novella, The Mist is set in a small Maine town under attack after a freak storm and a covert government project combined to accidentally unleash a horde of human-eating Lovecraftian monsters from another dimension. After escaping by car and witnessing the devastation wreaked by the monsters, David and the rest of his group eventually run out of gas. Rather than face horrific death at the hands of the monsters, the group enters a suicide pact.
Andrea and Dale.
Horrific death at the
Isn't that, yeah, that's the guy who plays Dale in The Walking Dead.
Monsters, the group
and the girl who plays Andrea in The Walking Dead.
enters a suicide pact. The only problem is that there are 5 of them and only 4 bullets. David bravely offers to face the monsters alone, and Mercy kills his fellow survivors and son before exiting the safety of the car to meet his fate. It's just then, though, that the military rocks up, having eliminated the interdimensional monster threat.
That is the funniest ending. Maybe it's not funny when you actually get to know the characters, but I've not heard any positive reviews of The Mist, so I doubt we really care about the characters. That's so horrid, but so fucking funny. Same producer. Okay, that makes sense.
And David is hit with the realization that had he waited just a few more minutes, his group, and more devastatingly his son, would still be alive. Now this tragedy is so close to comedy. Like, I have watched this with many people
so
who have
funny.
gone, oh my God,
Carol!
it's horrible. And other people have
Carol! Did they just reuse the whole cast?
close to comedy. Like, I have watched this with many
Why is Carol here?
people who have
Girly, what?
gone, oh my god, that's horrible, and other people have gone, oh my god, that's hilarious, because of how ridiculous it is. But at the same time, it is still an incredibly messed up ending. And number 1, Don't Look Now. After the accidental drowning death of their young daughter, married couple Laura and John take a trip to Venice for him to work on a church restoration, but also to help the grief-stricken Laura recuperate. It's here that they meet 2 elderly, eccentric British sisters, one of who claims to be a psychic and is able to see their daughter. John is then plagued by weird visions that suggest that something awful is about to happen, and catches glimpses of a childlike figure wearing a red coat, similar to the one that his daughter was wearing the day she died. But in the background of all of this, you hear that a serial killer also just happens to be stalking Venice at the same time. Later in the film, once again, John sees the red-coated figure, but this time he gives chase. He corners the figure blindly, half hoping alongside the more optimistic horror fans among us that it might be the ghost of his dead daughter. The figure turns around, but it is not the ghost of his daughter, but the crazed face of the serial killer, who slits his throat with a cleaver. As John bleeds to death, he sees his life flash before his eyes, and we see that those weird visions he was having was actually a premonition of his own gory death. Ooh. And there we go, my friends. Those were 8 horror movies with seriously messed up endings. I hope that you enjoyed.
Ah. Sam Witwer's in fucking everything. It's kind of rude, actually. Ooh, 10 more. Yes, I enjoyed this video. Let's watch another one of the same exact kind. Boop.
Last year we made a video about some of the most messed up horror movie endings ever, but let's face it, this is an entire genre built around climaxes made to scare you silly. As a result, we had to leave so many great ones off that list that definitely deserve the spotlight. So, in the grand tradition of horror movies, we figured it was about time for a sequel. Let's just hope we're definitely an Evil Dead 2 and not a Troll 2. I'm Josh from WhatCulture.com, and these are 10 more horror movies with seriously messed up endings. Number 10, No Escape. Thanks to the joys of social media and
I know him.
more and more people are becoming
His face.
famous for their online personas and for pushing the envelope.
I don't remember
when
what
it
from
comes to
them.
fresh, unique, capital C content. Written and directed by Will Wernick, last year's No Escape explored the concept of YouTube fame brilliantly by throwing the spotlight over Keegan Allen's Cole Turner, an image-obsessed online celebrity with millions of followers. Cole's speciality is his escape from reality show. To mark the 10th anniversary of his channel, Cole takes his girlfriend and friends to Russia to explore an escape room. Being a horror film, though, the intense terrors of this escape room are actually real, with Moscow mobster Andrei overseeing proceedings. With Cole tied to a chair, he has to witness the torture and death of those closest to him by Andrei. Once Cole finally manages to escape, though, he comes face to face with the torturer and beats him to death with his bare hands. In a pretty awkward moment, though, Cole's girlfriend and pals resurface with the side-splitting reveal that all of what I've just said was just a prank done to celebrate Escape from Reality's 10 years on air. The part that wasn't a hoax, though, well, that was Cole just brutally beating a dude to death, with No Escape ending with the grim realization that Cole Turner has just killed a man. Number 9.
What do you expect him to do? What do you expect him to do? Number 9 didn't work. It's just a prank, man. Sorry, it's just a prank, Han.
Buried. Buried finds Ryan Reynolds' Paul Conroy trapped
Hey,
in a coffin buried
my man.
underground in the middle of Iraq. A US truck driver stationed in the country, Paul and his colleagues are suddenly attacked. By the time Paul regains consciousness, he finds himself buried alive with only a select few items such as a cell phone, lighter, and a knife at hand. The crux of this claustrophobia-inducing effort sees Paul using his BlackBerry to contact 911, the FBI, the State Department, and have several back and forths with Dan Brenner of the Hostage Working Group. Brenner eventually has details on where to find Paul's coffin, and audiences get a pulsating, tense final few minutes as a rescue team frantically dig where Brenner assures Paul via phone that he's going to be okay, just as sand piles into the casket. In an utter gut punch of a finale, though, it's revealed how Brenner and his team had actually been led to the site of another buried coffin. From there, Paul's coffin is engulfed by sand as he suffocates to death. Number 8. Funny Games. What's most messed up about the ending of Funny Games is how the character of Paul looks at the audience with a knowing wink to make you aware that he and Peter are about to carry out a whole bunch of atrocities on another unsuspecting family. It's an ending that makes you feel dirty and almost compliant in whatever is about to happen after the credits. Whether it's the 1997 Austrian picture or the 2007 US remake, Funny Games punishes its audience nearly as much as it punishes the family at its core. Plot-wise, Funny Games sees Peter and Paul turn up at the holiday home of the aforementioned family. Initially just looking to borrow some eggs, the duo begin to torment and torture the mother, father, son, and even the dog. Once the film gets going, the pooch and son
Not the dog.
killed. And just as the film gives you a glimmer of hope, that being the mother breaking free and fatally shooting Peter, Paul
This is the second video. It's not a rabbit hole yet. Give it time.
grabs the TV remote, hits rewind, and erases the mother's escape and Peter's death. From there, the father is killed and the mother has her body casually dumped in some water to drown as Peter and Paul head to the next household. Number 7. Mirrors. Alexandra Arger's 2008 movie Mirrors ends with a monumental shocker, as Kiefer Sutherland's Ben Carson realizes that he's dead and stranded in the paradoxical mirror world. Prior to this, Ben had found himself in the midst of a plot involving evil mirror versions of people, demonic possession, and had his family targeted by the sinister past of the Mayflower department store where he works. The final act of Mirrors sees Ben in the depths of the Mayflower, which, of course, used to be a psychiatric hospital, in a fight to save his son. In order to take down the demonic threat of the day,
Yes, the
Ben
beginning of one.
explodes a gas line and brings down the entire building, before then emerging from the rubble to make it to safety. As the penny drops, though, we see all the signs in his new reality are actually written backwards, and that Ben is actually within the mirror world, having not made it out of the building collapse alive. Number 6, Tusk. Kevin Smith's second foray into horror, Tusk sprung from
This
a
movie is
bizarre
so
idea
fucked.
from the director's own podcast. When the picture made its way to screens in 2014, Smith showed that he was more than capable of delivering a disturbing body horror feature that still had plenty of old Kev's trademarks throughout it. Stuck in Manitoba, Canada, podcaster Wallace Brighton finds himself in need of a story guaranteed to bring in the hits. Taking the
This movie is
wheelchair-bound
so
old
fucked.
Sea Dog Howard Howe up on his offer of a free place to stay, with Howe regaling Wallace with stories of how a walrus called Mr. Tusk saved his life when he was lost at sea. Wallace suddenly passes out after supping some drugged tea. Once awake, Wallace has had his legs amputated. However, Howard no longer needs his wheelchair and details his plan to turn Wallace into a human walrus hybrid to make up for having actually eaten the previous Mr. Tusk. So the film ends with the transformed Wallace killing Howard with his walrus tusk and then being placed in a zoo to live out his life as an animal. Number 5, Audition.
It's
For
so
those who've
fucked.
seen Takashi
It's
Miike's
such a fucked
Audition, you're
movie.
likely already haunted to this day by the chilling events of that 1999 picture. At the heart of Audition, we have widower Shigeharu Aoyama. Having struggled to move on with his life following the death of his wife, Shigeharu eventually accepts the advice of his son and filmmaker best friend by putting together an audition process to find him a new partner. And as soon as
Interesting.
Shigeharu meets Asami, it seems like a happy ever after.
Not
might
Asami.
be on the table,
Asami, no.
but that is far from what we get by the time Audition ends. With the audience let in on glimpses of Asami's troubled upbringing, we see some, let's say, rather odd behavior alongside a mutilated human being kept as a pet, and we get treated to the stomach-churning moment of seeing someone eat vomit. Still, that's not
I love
the
that.
worst of Audition, for that delight is saved for the film's climax. Injecting Shigeharu with a paralytic agent that oohingly leaves his nerves intact, Asami sticks needles in her lover's eyes and cuts off one of his feet with piano wire, all of which is shown in disturbing, disgusting
Love that for
detail.
her.
Thankfully for Shigeharu, though, at the very end, his son just turns up in time to save the day and kicks Asami down some stairs.
Asami, no.
Before The Haunting of Julia. For this entry, we've got Mia Farrow in a horror movie centered around a demonic youngster. And no, it's not that one. 9 years after Rosemary's Baby, Farrow was back in the world of the sinister with 1977's The Haunting of Julia. While Rosemary's Baby ended with Farrow's character giving birth to a demonic entity, The Haunting of Julia opens with Farrow's eponymous Julia witnessing the death of her daughter, Kate. After Kate chokes at breakfast, Julia performs a makeshift tracheotomy that sadly sees the girl bleed to death. Ending her marriage to Magnus shortly after this,
Not
Julia
ideal.
moves
Not
into
ideal.
an old house where she starts starts to experience strange happenings. Initially thinking it's Magnus sneaking into her abode, Julia eventually discovers how she's being troubled by something relating to the death of a young boy, Jeffrey, from years prior. At the time, a vagrant was blamed for this youngster's murder, although some digging discovers how a fellow child, Olivia, had corrupted her classmates to hold down Jeffrey as she smothered him with a coat and then castrated him. Viewed as pure evil,
Okay.
Olivia herself was then killed by her own mother. Once the final scene has Julia finally see the ghost of Olivia for the first time, there's no feel-good redemption here, as Julia instead has her throat slashed by a toy that belonged to her own deceased daughter. Number 3, The Vanishing.
I got lost in there
We're not talking
somewhere.
about the awful 1993 remake, but rather the 1988 original version of The Vanishing. The main problem with said remake, of course, is that the director, who did return to direct, decided to give the film a happy ending. For fans of the original, though, a major part of what made the movie stand out was that it had a soul-crushing finale. That movie followed a man named Rex, who is desperate to find out what happened to his missing girlfriend.
That's something that I wish more movies would do. Is have an unhappy ending. Because, like, I mean, obviously there are certain genres where that's not really gonna fly, or it's not really gonna work in the way you'd want it to. Like a rom-com, for example. Like, you wouldn't end a rom-com with them not getting together, generally speaking. That kind of goes against the genre, but I don't know. I think more, especially horror movies, should end in a negative way, because I don't know, it just gives it like this special, like, you know, like sprinkle. You know what I mean?
He spends his time looking for Saskia, who disappeared when the two stopped at a service station during a trip through France a few years prior. The person behind Saskia's vanishing is Raymond, who has offered to meet Rex several times. When the two finally do connect towards the film's close, Raymond promises to reveal just what happened to Saskia. In order for Rex to find out the truth, though, the catch is that he has to drink some drugged coffee. As Raymond explains, that's the only way to know and experience what really...
Phantasm? This movie? Interesting.
happened to Saskia. Having debated whether or not to sup the brew, Rex decides to drink back the coffee and discovers Saskia's fate. Unfortunately for him though, Rex then wakes up in a makeshift coffin and realizes that he's been buried alive, and then realizes that this is exactly what happened to Saskia all those years ago. Number 2, The Dark and the Wicked. Brian Patino has a marvelous eye for creating tension and atmosphere, and the filmmaker's talents are on full display in The Dark and the Wicked. Sadly slipping under the radar when it released late last year, largely due to the ongoing global pandemic, The Dark and the Wicked is a stripped-back picture that's phenomenally paced across its 96-minute runtime. In this most recent Patino offering, the primary focus is on siblings Louise and Michael as they return to their Texas farmhouse home when they hear the news that their ill father is edging closer to taking his final breaths. While The Dark and the Wicked is very much a supernatural tale with a demonic presence, maybe even Satan himself tormenting the household, it's also one that explores distant families and the guilt that can be associated with that. For Louise and Michael, they're almost estranged from their parents by the time the movie opens, and there are constant themes of the impact of family love or lack thereof throughout the film. What's shocking about the movie's ending though is in how Michael is lured into slitting his own throat for his wife and children to find, and that the film's credits hit moments after Louise is grabbed by a demon just after her father had passed away. Number 1, Megan is missing. It's tough to put together any list based around messed up movie endings and then exclude Megan is Missing. Sure, it's a film that often gets discussed, especially on this channel, but seriously, the messed up finale means that it's impossible to ignore. So, in this movie, Rachel Quinn's 14-year-old Megan goes missing. Older skater Josh, who by the way gives Josh's Everywhere a bad name, is the prime suspect in all of this, and Megan's pal Amy begins a doomed mission to discover the truth behind her BFF's disappearance. By the end of Megan is Missing, Amy has indeed found Megan, but this is very much a case of be careful what you wish for. Having discovered footage of Megan being abducted and images of her being tortured, Amy herself ends up kidnapped by Josh. When we next see her, the character is chained up to a wall in her underwear, forced to eat dog food, and then sexually assaulted. What's more shocking for audiences though comes when Amy is offered the chance at freedom. As per Josh, all Amy has to do is get into a barrel, but tragically we soon realize that this barrel contains the dead, decaying body of Megan. As for Amy, she's forced into this barrel and then buried alive next to the corpses of her best friend. So yeah, that's like 3 entries on this list about people getting buried alive. It's just not nice, is it? Anyway, that's our list. I want to know what you guys think down in the comments below.
I think the most messed up ending was the Megan one. If someone kills your family and friends, you have every right to fight back. If it was a prank, how did no one stop him? Yeah. It's the boy's boy. It's him. Twists hidden in plain sight. Oh, I love Happy Death Day. I do love Watt culture. It's an addicting... I didn't click that. What are you fucking doing? Stop it. Oh, it must have opened the fucking... Yeah, I did that. Don't do that. Don't do that. No one asked you to do that. 10 horror movies remembered for one amazing scene. Maybe we should just do this now. I don't really want to go back and play more game, to be honest with you. The voice styles end to grate me? What do you mean? Yeah. I think it's the listicles. They're just so addictive. You know what I mean? The listicles are just so addictive. Listicles. Is that what you're asking about? Like the ones where it's like, number 1, this thing. What do you call them? What do you call them? Sorry, I should have said that. Ooh, not meant to be funny, but were. Too scary to finish. Doubt. Doubt. Ooh, rooting for death. Absolutely. All the horror movie listicles. Gimme. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Let's do... these two first.
For years, horror fans have been flooding into cinemas to watch their favorite A-listers get torn apart in glorious HD, whether it be by classic psycho killers, aliens, or ghosts.
I'm kind of
The
cold.
brilliant thing about horror movie deaths is that they can come in all shapes and sizes. You have devastating animal deaths, something so horrid there is an entire website
Not allowed.
dedicated to pre-warning people of them.
Illegal.
Shocking first act kills, or you're so gory you have to watch through your fingers, mutilations. There are ones you spend all movie crossing your fingers never come.
Spoilers.
And then on the opposite end, there are the deaths you spend the whole time wishing for. Don't lie, it's fine, we've all done it. I'm Jess from What
Marcia Gay
Culture.
Harding.
Here are the 10 horror movie deaths you were totally rooting for. Number 10, the school bullies. Carrie. This
I think I just called them how they're titled. 10 movies, top 10, 10 most played.
first entry is pretty self-explanatory.
Carrie for sure.
Not only is the story of Carrie so well known at this point, it also follows all the classic beats of a woman's scorn story. If you've ever been bullied, you have at some point wished for them to get their comeuppance. And while hopefully you don't...
It's not really a horror movie, but if you like slowly paced... I've probably mentioned this movie before. If you like slowly paced women scorned films, I highly recommend Vigilante. It is stupid good, and the acting is just top fucking notch, especially from Olivia Wilde. Oh my god. There's this one scene, it's just a monologue scene. It's like a 2.5 minute scene monologue of it's just a slow push in on her face, and you are just hooked the entire time. Oh, such a good film. I always said that if I ever did like a screening at school where I would like set up because we could set up screenings at our theater that we had there, like the auditorium room where we do screenings. I always said that if I ever did one, I would screen this movie, because this is the kind of movie that I feel like it's like in the genre of films that's like, you should watch this if you're gonna make movies type genre, if that makes sense. It's so fucking good. Not to mention she kicks ass in the film. And she's Olivia Wilde, so highly recommend. But only if you're into slowly paced films. If you don't like slowly paced films, this won't be for you, because it is slow.
Don't mean death by that. That is the beauty of film. These people aren't real, so you're allowed to relish in the deaths of these.
I mean, half of Game of Thrones were rooting for certain people to die. Some of my fondest memories of Game of Thrones are celebrating when a character I hated finally fucking died.
Caricatures, right? And when you think of a typical school bully, you probably think of the bully.
I forgot John Travolta was the bully in the original Carrie.
Cool, popular girls that are dating
I've only seen it
beautiful
once,
men
so.
who look down on the rest of their peers. Carrie's one of these vulnerable peers. She's quiet and strange-looking. Her mum is a devout Christian who's infamous in the town.
The sins of women.
Crazy, and she's completely sheltered from the experience her schoolmates are going
The
through.
sins of women. Number 1, breathing.
So when Carrie starts her period in the middle of a school day with no idea of what's happening, the school bullies are immediately enthusiastic about ridiculing the girl.
Okay, so as awful as this scene is, and as terrible as it is, it's so true to life for women to start their periods and not have a fucking clue what's going on. Like, the amount of people I have talked to that made it to their period without knowing what a period was is an unacceptable number. Unacceptable number. And I'm not talking about like kids who get it really early at like 7 or 8. I'm talking like, yeah, I know, right? She just looks like a person. I don't know what she meant by strange looking, but like I just, it's so frustrating that parents don't tell their kids about those things, because like girls especially should be told earlier, because they're more likely to start their puberty earlier than boys. Like, you don't hear about boys starting puberty at 7, 8, 9 like you do girls. You just don't hear about that very often. I'm sure it happens. I just doubt it happens nearly as often. But if you start your period at like 7, 8, or 9, those are the kids that don't usually end up getting puberty blockers, so they can start it at a healthy time, because that's too early to start it. So like, with those being the exception, so early, you start it so early that it wasn't expected to have that taught to you. But for a 12-year-old to start their period, a high schooler to start their period and not know what it is so beyond unacceptable. The school system failed her. Obviously, her mom failed her, but her mom's a crazy kook who believes that all women are sinful, and that bleeding is sinful and all that shit. So, like, of course, mom wasn't going to teach her, but the school should have fucking taught her that that's what fucking happens. You know, like, it is, and this is like, when did this movie come out? Like the 90s? I don't remember. And so, like, Yeah, sex ed is just not allowed in this country, but it's not even sex ed. It's just basic biology. Like, you should be taught the things that will happen to your body when you go through puberty. I knew, fortunately, but that's because I didn't start my puberty until fucking freshman year of high school, and it was like the back half of freshman year of high school. So I was really late in terms of starting my puberty. All of my friends had already started theirs when I started mine. So not only had I already gotten the knowledge from my mom, but I'd also gotten the knowledge from my school, and I gotten the knowledge from my friends who had already started it. That is what they teach in sex ed, but they should just teach it in biology class, because I feel like boys and girls should know what both sexes go through when they have their puberties. Because, like, I didn't know why the boys were so fucking insufferable during that time period. I understand now, because I was fucking insufferable during my first year of puberty as a boy, you know, like, and boys need to understand what a period is. The fact that guys can make it to adulthood and not know that you've got a separate hole for your period from your shit and your piss is unacceptable and fucking crazy. Like, the fact that there are men out there who have had sex with a woman and still think she bleeds from her, like, she pisses her blood and it doesn't come out of the third hole is just phenomenally stupid. It's unacceptable. Like, we don't need to teach people, like, yes, we should teach safe sex, but if that's too much, can we at least teach people what our fucking bodies are gonna do? So when we start bleeding on a random Sunday, we don't think we're fucking dying, you know? Yeah. The things I have heard full-grown men say with full confidence about periods, mind-blowing, fucking mind-blowing. Also, another thing, I did not know why the boys would wear shorts to the bus stop when there was snow on the ground. I was like, y'all are just crazy. Like, it's fucking cold. I get it now. You're just testosterone makes you so fucking warm, you know? I understand now. The amount of understanding I would have had of the people around me had I been informed of what puberty does to everyone's bodies, I would have been so much happier. You know? I would have understood so much more about what was going on around me. And also because girls are treated like garbage for just having periods when that's a normal, natural bodily function, and it's seen as a gross, terrible thing. Plus, my legs get colder far slower than my torso. Yeah, that's what it is. That's why I'm in shorts all the fucking time now. Now explain the boys that wear long pants and hoodies in the summer. Emo or queer. My blood pressure dips slightly too fast when I started my second puberty. The cold was real. Yeah, because that's what estrogen does to you. But guys will make fun of girls because they're cold or because they're a little bit emotional, and they'll use their period as an excuse. And that's obviously a whole misogyny thing. But if they were educated on how periods and PMS actually work, they would know that they can't use that as an excuse year round. You know, like, just because a girl gets mad at you doesn't mean it's her time of the month. You know what I mean? Like, if she breaks down crying for seemingly no apparent reason, it might be her time of the month. But she might also just be dealing with shit you don't know about. You know what I mean? Like, and it's not an acceptable thing to ask either. You know, how about you just say, hey, are you okay? And not, are you on your period? Like, is it that time of the month? Like, plus not every woman or female person gets moody when they're on their periods. I didn't. I never had the emotional cycle when I had my periods. I just did the body stuff. I didn't have any of the emotional surges or any of that. I didn't have any of that. So I had more of an emotional puberty when I was going through male puberty than I did going through female puberty. So like, I just think I like that this is included in Carrie. I know it's used to bully her, but it's also something a lot of girls experience. And unfortunately, that hasn't changed since this movie came out. But it's something that I think about a lot. Like, especially since, you know, doing a second puberty. You have to learn so much about it before you're even allowed to start it. That I'm so much more knowledgeable on how bodies work now and I wish I had that information back then. Plus, it probably would have helped me with my dysphoria back then to know that the boys were getting this, but I was getting this, and I could learn to understand that earlier. That so it's not normal for people to hate having boobs. So not every girl hates having titties. I didn't know that. You know, like, you know what I mean? Like the amount of helpful that having a full education on both puberties would be is just uncountable. It would solve so many problems. Anyways, not really related at this point anymore to what we're talking about, but I want to talk about it. We're just chatting and hanging out, so I can go on tangents all I fucking want. It's my stream. I do what I want. Girls always being cold and wanting to borrow my hoodie makes sense in that context too, I guess. Oh, absolutely. I mean, obviously, there's plenty of women out there who are warm-blooded and are warm all the time. Like before I started testosterone, Max was the warm one in the Max was the one who was warm all the time, and I was always cold. But now I'm the one who overheats, and Max is the one wearing a hoodie all the time because we have to keep the temperature down lower because I'm hot as fuck all the time. So, yeah.
For her naivety. Little did those bullies know that this particular day would mark the start of Carrie's telekinetic powers. But Carrie doesn't use her powers to make them pay. It's not until the night of her
not the
prom
pig's
on
blood.
Stage in front of her entire year, covered
Very
in
good
pig's
fake blood.
that it's finally time to make those bullies pay. And boy, do they pay.
Toasty.
Number 9, David, Shaun of the Dead.
Hey,
Okay,
a movie I still need to
before
watch.
going on about a certain Shaun of the Dead character, it has to be said that the titular Shaun is not the most relatable narrator, nor is he the best guy in the world. He's lazy, unmotivated, and seems doomed to stay a child forever. So it makes sense that Shaun's ex-girlfriend's friends wouldn't like him. That said, we're currently in a zombie apocalypse, so you think maybe you could just let bygones be bygones. But that's not David's style though, and that's
Oh, I know
when
her from
watching
something.
Shaun of the Dead, David's death scene is so bloody satisfying. David is nothing but dead weight to Shaun and his crew, and that's saying something. He's whiny, argumentative, selfish, and sleazy. He's so clearly in love with another man's girlfriend whilst having a girlfriend himself. He's also completely tactless when Shaun's mum is dying from a zombie bite, arguing with them all and saying they need to kill the kind old woman. I mean, we're all thinking it, but still.
I mean, he's
not
right,
cool,
yeah.
dude. But filmmaker Edgar Wright certainly knew what
Oh,
he was
Edgar.
doing.
Oh, right, Edgar Wright, yeah.
Of a character because
I always
you
forget
know
it's
how
his
much
movie.
we did not like him. We happen to get one of the most brutal and excellent death scenes. When David is pulled through the pub windows by zombies and has his stomach ripped apart by the horde, you can practically hear the smug smile on Wright's face. That is if you're not too busy cheering. Number 8, Wendell, the Belko experiment. If you've ever watched a movie or TV show based in an office, you'd have deduced that there's always an intolerable sleazeball employee. Of course, on a normal workday, you'd probably still not go so far as to root for their death. But when the office is put into lockdown and a mysterious voice says that all employees must fight to the death, boy does that sleazeball come to mind. But Wendell from the Belko experiment is not only a pervert. Don't let him.
I knew it was gonna be him.
He's
Oh, it's that
also
guy.
a bloodthirsty maniac. You see, unlike most of the other employees on the day Belko Industries decides to go all evil corporation, Wendell immediately goes gung-ho for murder. For the first act of the movie,
is it him?
he's your typical unsavory employee, and for the second act, he shows how spineless he truly is when he hides.
Oh, he's from Scandal. He plays the president in Scandal. I've watched Max watch that before. It's like, why does his stupid face look familiar?
behind his CEO and encourages him to commit executions of employees for the greater good. But the third act truly sets Wendell up as the movie's secondary antagonist, as it's announced that it is now every man for himself, leading Wendell to take a bloody meat cleaver to his so-called peers. Brutally, he hacks his way through so many innocent people, and while yes, many other employees are doing the same, there's something about how much Wendell seems to enjoy his massacre. You do know, though, that his brutal death is inevitable, and when it does
Ooh,
finally
right to the
arrive,
face.
you just can't help but cheer. Number 7, Franklin, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Now, there's nothing inherently
Another
evil
classic
about
I should have
Franklin,
seen, but I
unlike
haven't.
A lot of the characters on this list, But boy oh boy does his death bring out the most cathartic feeling a horror movie can. It's unfortunate that such a famous horror movie chose to make their disabled character so intolerable, but seeing as it was made in the 70s, are we really surprised? As previously stated, the reason for Franklin garnering such an impassioned response wasn't due to any inherent evilness, but purely down to him being the most annoying character of all time. He was the epitome of a whiny man baby. From loudly telling stories right in people's faces to blowing raspberries like a child. From screaming at the top of his lungs for not getting his way to rolling around the floor like a character in a Laurel and Hardy movie. Everything about Franklin is just designed to piss you off. Don't feel bad about it, it just is what it is. Moviegoers sit on the edge of their seat during their first watch of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, not because of fear, but because they're quite literally pulling out their hair praying for his inevitable demise. Number 6, The Later Masses. Ready or
Yes,
not,
that movie's so fun. That movie's so fun.
Unless your head is getting blown off at the same time.
That movie's so
At least
fun.
audiences still got to enjoy it though.
Spoilers, by the
Ready or
way.
not,
If
Fitz
you want to
and
watch it,
Grace against her lethal
mute
import
until,
in a
like,
terrifying game of hide and seek. Grace's
come back
cousin
in, like,
left out some crucial information when proposing, namely that his entire
3 minutes.
family worship a devil-like being they believe to be behind the family's wealth and business success. They also believe that
Also, the cast is great. It's got Winona Earp and Donnie from Orphan Black in it, as well as a bunch of other people.
And business success. They also believe that a wedding night ritual, a game of some sort, must be played if they want to continue to be on the good side of said being, even if the game chosen is the deadly hide and seek. Which, unfortunately for our hero Grace, is the one chosen on the night of their wedding. The whole movie is spent
Plus
with the
her,
characters and
whose name I
the
cannot
audience
remember.
going back and forth on whether the deal with the devil is real. The family are constantly fighting about whether or not they will die at dawn if they cannot sacrifice the surprisingly capable Grace in time. The family is privileged, psychotic, and completely unsympathetic, so you know, we're waiting for them to die. So imagine the disappointment of viewers when dawn comes without a sacrifice and the family are somehow still living. But the disappointment didn't last long, because as the family decide they're still gonna kill Grace anyway, heads start to roll, or, well, explode. The crescendo of violence
It's
is
so good.
fitting, so
It's so
satisfying,
great.
so earned that all we can do as an audience is laugh along with our final girl. Number 5,
It was lovely.
Officer Nick Good. Fear Street Trilogy.
Oh.
The Fear Street Trilogy completely
I've heard this is
Netflix
pretty good.
stunned the world by storm this summer with its brand new format for a movie series and its retro style. Although the 3 movies all tell different parts of the same story, not many of the characters featured in
It
all
is.
3 films, either because they were slashed out of the story or because of the jumps in time. Besides our main pair of siblings, Dina and Josh, the most prominent character was Officer Nick Good. Good was presented as the morally straight cop that seemed
his name
to
is
have
Good.
our main character's interests at heart, only to be revealed as the true villain during the final act of the 3rd movie. Only
Ooh,
trouble was,
spoilers.
even before that final reveal, audiences actually despised this good cop. They found him self-righteous and unhelpful, even during the flashbacks of him as a
What? A self-righteous and an unhelpful cop? What? Never. I've never. Pff, doubt.
laid-back teen. So after watching 3 whole movies,
All these
back
videos were
to back
spoilers.
over 3 consecutive Fridays, audiences were ready for him to die. Perhaps that's why the final return to 1994 is held as the best part of the series for a lot of people, as we get to watch an entire plan play out in an attempt to finally kill the criminal copper. When Dina finally manages to overpower the greasy trader, we were rising out of our seats in glee. Number 4, Mrs. Carmody, The Mist. The angry preacher, an apocalypse movie staple
An icon.
since the dawn of time. A character so high up on their own soapbox, a brutal fall is practically
Marsha Gay Harding, baby.
Mrs. Carmody from Stephen King's book The Mist and its movie adaptation is the
I love
perfect
her so
example of
much.
this trope.
I know her from Code Black, which is a medical show. Jimmy would not like it because he can't do gore and stuff, but oh, it's so good.
When David
I had Max watch it, and Max was obsessed.
and his son Billy head to the local grocery store the morning
It's so
after
good.
a big storm, neither of them know just how long they're going to be there. When you go to a grocery store,
Oh, it's
you don't
him.
usually pay any mind to the diverse characters wandering around the aisles with you. But when you're forced to lock yourself in said store because a mysterious monster-bearing mist has encompassed your town, you start to pay attention to the people around you. Mrs. Carmody is exactly the kind of character you wouldn't notice was around until you're stuck with her for a period of time. The woman, an extreme religious fanatic, is an insufferable preacher spouting nonsense about the end times.
My favorite
But
people.
as time wears on, so does she. She slowly sheds her sheep's clothing to reveal the evil and psychotic wolf underneath. From shoving her religion down people's throats to literally
Oh, there he
trying
is.
to sacrifice
There's your boy.
her child to the monsters. Her behavior was
There's your boy,
the perfect
Sam.
way to intensify the claustrophobia of the situation for the audience. But the movie delivers this so well that all you can do is plead for the characters to chuck her into the mist. Number 3, Jonah Hill. This is the end. When it was originally revealed that Seth Rogen's This Is the End would feature a bunch of frat pack members playing escalated versions of their actual personalities, we could never have expected just how escalated they were going to be. Yes, you had Rogen as your typical lazy stoner, James Franco as an obnoxious actor, and Danny McBride as a sociopathic version of himself, but the most startlingly hilarious role came in the shape of Mr. Jonah Hill. While we all know that Hill is considered a very down-to-earth, hard-working Hollywood A-lister, the movie paints him as anything but. The Jonah Hill of this universe is a fake nice guy, full of passive-aggressive behavior and snide remarks. He's painted as the kind of guy who's just had all that fame go completely to his head and thinks he's better than everyone around him. Hill perfectly plays the grade A narcissist and succeeds in not only aggravating his close-knit apocalypse-surviving frenemies, but movie watchers too. His selfish and self-centered behavior slowly grates on you until he's eventually seen praying one night for his supposed buddy Jay to die. Thankfully, the demons that now roam the world don't take too kindly to this behavior and possess him in the middle of the night. After a hilariously terrible attempt by the others to exorcise Hill, he accidentally gets set alight by a candle, and we finally get to watch the douchebag die. Number 2, Dawn, 28 weeks later. No matter how much the English may love themselves some Robert Carlyle,
It's Rumpelstiltskin.
there really is something to be
We do
said
love Robert
about the
Carlyle.
pure detestability of his character.
I hate for him that I know him from Once Upon a Time. I hate that for him because Once Upon a Time is garbage. I love it, but it's trash. It's trash that I love, quite like Supergirl, but it's more trash than Supergirl, if you can believe it. It's so bad you'd be surprised it wasn't on the CW, to be honest. Because he's such a good actor. He's one of the best parts of that show because his acting is always fucking phenomenal. His Rumpelstiltskin is genuinely probably in my top 3 favorite characters from the entire show because he's just so good at it. But I know he's a great actor outside of Once Upon a Time. I've just never seen him in anything else where he's like stood out, you know, because he's not really had main roles in any of the other things I've come across. So, you know.
In the zombie flick 28 Weeks Later, the movie begins with Don and his wife Alice hiding out from the infected when suddenly a scared young boy comes knocking at the door. After
Yes,
a
agreed.
disagreement,
Season 1
the
is
couple let the
fantastic.
boy in, only to realize
Season 1 is a 10 out of 10. Season 2 is like a 7 or 8 out of 10, and then it just goes downhill from there. The main chick is in House, and I chose to remember her that way instead. Jennifer Morrison, right? That's her name? Yeah. 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 I was trying to, because Goodwin is the one who plays Mary Margaret. But she's been in so many things. She's Tinkerbell. If I remember correctly. Yeah, she's Tinkerbell as well. She voices Tinkerbell in all the Tinkerbell movies, which are iconic. Fucking fight me. I don't know why it's just got this one listen. She's Tinkerbell in all of them. So I don't know why. Yeah, House is good shit. Yeah, Tinkerbell. She played right? Or did she take over for oh no, she took over from what's her name? Oh fuck me. Fuck. The one who voiced Cora, I think? No, not Cora. She's in Yeah, Mae Whitman. Oh god, I could not think of her fucking name for the life of me. She's in Owl House. She's the one she voices Amity in Owl House. Oh, I could not think of her name. I'm so sorry, Mae. I'm so sorry. I have besmirched your name. I'm so sorry. Me and my friends were nursing a hangover on a Sunday when my friend started playing Once Upon a Time, and then boom, hooked. It's so good, right? A lot of people didn't like the Frozen season, but as you all know, Frozen was my life, and still kind of is, to be honest. I fucking loved Frozen and adore Frozen 2. They're two of my favorite films, especially animated films. And so when they brought in the Frozen storyline, I was like, because at the time, Once Upon a Time was my favorite show. I was like, other than S.H.I.E.L.D., which was on, of course. And I was like, you're joking. Plus, then they had this like sisterhood thing between Emma, Regina, and Elsa, and I was like, I'm living for this beautiful, beautiful throuple. I'm loving it. I'm loving it. Because, of course, I was a Swan Queen shipper, obviously, as I'm sure you're aware. So I stuck around for that. I didn't watch the final season, though. I came back. I watched the finale, but I didn't watch the final season because I didn't want to. I did get to season 5 with King Arthur, and then Emma became the Dark One. Oh, my God. I've never been more excited and simultaneously disappointed of a storyline in my whole life. Never in my life. Like, when I tell you, I was dancing around the room to the song I'm So Excited, waiting for the Dark One premiere to happen, that first episode where we get Emma as the Dark One. I'm not joking. I mean it. I mean it. I was dancing. I was so fucking hype because there is nothing I love more than a main character who is like OP, who needs help and is in trouble or has gone evil. That is my shit. And when I tell you, when Emma sacrificed herself for her wife and took on the Dark One, oh my God, my life was turned upside down, and I was so fucking hyped for that fucking storyline. So fucking hyped for that storyline. And then it was garbage. It was garbage! I was so fucking... I'm like having flashbacks. I was so excited for that storyline. And then it was ass. And I was so mad. Oh, I wanted her to be murdering people left and right and left and right. Oh, I wanted bodies on the floor. I wanted bodies being dropped by Emma Swan's Dark One. I wanted the Dark Swan to just absolutely obliterate the town and just like off like half the people. Oh, we could have had that. They could have taken the show, moved it to a later time slot. Just an hour later, just a later time slot. And then had her rip out the hearts of Captain Hook, ideally. And literally anyone else. I don't give a fuck. Anyone but Regina. She needs to rip out everybody's hearts except for her wife's, and then have her wife break the curse. and it just... Yeah, they did. They end up together at the end, which is just disturbing. It's wrong and gross, but it's fine. They kind of got cute at the end, not gonna lie. And I just... Honestly, that storyline not coming to the fruition that I desired is more disappointing than Supercorp not becoming canon. I might get canceled for that, but I said what I said. I said what I said. Because I knew Supercorp was never going to happen. I denied it. I knew it wasn't going to happen, but I was holding out hope that it would. You cannot convince me that Swan Queen isn't canon. Go fuck yourself. You know what I mean? Like, they literally share a child. The show literally, like, the final season that I count as the final season, which isn't the actual final season, it's the one where, you know, Emma's story is wrapped up. They literally show their kid off to school together. And he calls them his moms. their wives. Okay, fuck you. But like, I knew Supercorp wasn't going to be canon, so I knew I was clowning the whole time. But what I didn't know I was clowning about, apparently, was that the Dark Swan was actually going to be murking people. Because we had a trailer for the Dark Swan where she literally rips out some random dude's heart and crushes it in front of him. And it was iconic. It was amazing. I was living my best life. And then she literally doesn't kill anyone as the Dark Swan. No one dies. I'm sorry. Why would you even give me this storyline? No one fucking dies by her hand while she's evil. And they explain it away as, like, because she's, like, the savior and she's got all this light magic, so her Dark One's not as bad as Rumpelstiltskin's Dark One. Whatever. I don't give a shit. I wanted her killing people, okay? I wanted her to have to reach the darkest depths of her possibility and then have to come back from that. That's what I wanted, because I love me some fucking angst, okay? It's my favorite fucking shit. Angst plus hurt comfort equals a happy Nico, alright? And if you're gonna throw some queers in there, even fucking better, okay? So, when I tell you, if you can't tell, I'm still triggered by this, the disappointment I felt, especially contrasted to the joy I was feeling prior, to the premiere episode of that, incomparable. It's incomparable. It's just not. It doesn't compare at all. It does not compare. Oh, I'm still reeling. Oh, it's the fact that I'm still this worked up about it, and it's been, what, 7 years? Him and Emma had more chemistry than her and Captain Hook ever did. I loved Balefire. I loved Bay. I loved him so much. He was fantastic. I wish I would have preferred that pairing over Captain Hook, because Captain Hook was a sleazebag. I don't care how hot Colin O'Donoghue is, okay? I get it. He's hot. He's attractive, especially in eyeliner. But no. Fuck Captain Hook. Throw him off a bridge, please. Oh, I'm so worked up about that storyline. Because that storyline being fucked over is more disappointing to me than the fact that Swan Queen and Supercorp never became canon. It's a bigger disappointment to me that she didn't go actually proper dark. The person who came closest to dying by the Dark Swan's hand was fucking Merida. And she, like, took Henry's girlfriend's heart for a little bit and controlled her for a few episodes. Child's play. Regina didn't even have the Dark One inside of her and had everyone's hearts in a fucking box. Was literally R-wording people. Well, one guy, because she had a hold of his heart and could make him have, you know, adult fun time with her. Like, she was literally doing terrible, evil, horrible shit. And she didn't even have the Dark One inside of her. Not to mention the probably thousands of people Rumpelstiltskin has killed over the years, while he was the Dark One. Not to mention all the scheming bullshit. The fact that everything always comes back to Rumple is something that I will praise that show for forever, because the timeline is so both messy and perfect at the same time. Everything's connected, and it all goes back to his original plan to get his son back. And that's kind of iconic if you think about it. It's kind of iconic if you think about it. And then her Dark One storyline leads to Hook going to hell because he's dead, and then they literally go to hell, which is just Storybrooke with a fucking filter. It got so bad after that. The fact that the Dark One storyline, probably the storyline that I've been most excited about for any show ever. I don't even think that's a stretch to say that, to be completely honest with you. Led to the greatest downfall of the show. That's so disappointing. That's so disappointing. Right? Leave him there. Leave him there. Leave him there. Their true love's kiss didn't happen. They've never had a true love's kiss. They've never had a true love's kiss. But you want to know what has happened? Regina has had a true love kiss with Henry, her son. And Emma has had a true love kiss with her son, Henry. So, the transitive property, true love kiss, Emma and Regina. I'm just saying. When I found out Sam Wentworth was also in Once Upon a Time, I wanted to get back into it. I just couldn't get past the Dark One fumble. Hook only loves himself. Facts. facts. I think his character does he gets development as the show goes on, which I appreciate. But still, he was literally making rape jokes with Emma the first time they met. Sir, that is not the kind of person you date. Not to mention the regression of Emma's character while dating him. Y'all, we are on a tangent. I haven't gotten to talk about this show in ages. Oh, it feels good. It feels great to talk about this show, to be honest. This show was a big part of my life for a while. It was a show that I watched with my mom and my sister during the Dark Swan era. We were watching it together. He's 100% fine with everyone. Emma loves dying as long as he gets the girl. Yeah. This show was meant a lot to me for a while, and still does very clearly. I mean, the Swan Queen to Supercorp pipeline is almost a 100% success rate. So it means a lot to me outside of the Swan Queen ship, but I don't know. I wish the more I think about it, the more legitimate that statement I just made was about the fact that storyline failing, that might have been the most excited I have ever been for any television storyline ever. Genuinely. The more I think about it, the more legit I believe that is, because I'm like running through all the shows I've ever watched in my head and thinking about how hype I was, you know? It is, and it's frustrating. Because at least the show ended with both of them single, you know what I mean? Whereas Once Upon a Time ended with both of them... Was Regina in a relationship at the end? I know Emma and Hook got married. In the musical episode, which was interesting all on its own. But at least Supercorp, the show ended with them both single. So at least we know what happened between them afterwards. There was sex and it did happen, and you can't convince me. But with Regina and Emma, they both have separate love interests to one another. You can't convince me Regina's not bisexual. Go fuck yourself. You cannot tell me that woman has never fallen for another woman. We've seen the way she looks at Maleficent. I'm just saying. But also, I love all of the parallels you can draw between Swan Queen and Supercorp. They're so similar, as well as with Korasami from, the only canon ship we've even talked about so far. It's just... I'm still thinking about that statement I made, and I have yet to come up with a storyline that I was more hyped for, because I was there. I watched the finale, the mid-season. I think it was a mid-season finale. I think it was a mid-season and not a season finale, where Emma sacrifices herself to save Regina and takes the Dark One into herself. That finale, I watched that live as it aired, and then we had a big break. And then during that big break, we were getting teasers for Dark Swan. She's just killed this random person while she's in Dark One prison. And it's just like... And I was is this a fan fiction I'm about to watch? Because I feel like I've read this fan fiction before. And then they fucked it up. Why? The trauma. Oh yeah, no, I know not to watch the 100. I'm aware of what happens with the 100. I'm fully aware of what happens with that show. Although they end up being canon, I believe, because she comes back or whatever, and they have a thing. But yeah, no, I have no desire to watch the 100, especially after knowing what happens. Korasami and Supercorp are literally the exact same thing. They are carbon copies of one another. The CW, Supercorp, and Korasami from Nickelodeon, identical. It's genuinely curious how identical they are. Yeah, Clexa is canon. That's the only reason they brought them back, was Clexo was canon. Like, okay, so to start, so Korra and Korra, basically the same name already. Superpowered puppies who would destroy the world for the people they love, who have massive weights on their shoulders from that has been put on them that they didn't ask for. From pretty much the beginning of their stories. And then Asami and Lena, absolutely brilliant inventors, gorgeous women. The only difference being that Lena is shorter than Kara and Asami is taller than Korra. That's like the only difference I can think of. Who have lost, whose mother is not in the picture because she's dead. Or who has a parent who's not in the picture because they're dead. Although technically Lena's mom is dead, but we're gonna count Mrs. Luthor as her mom. We're gonna count her as mom, and has a strained relationship with the other. Do I need to say more? Also, you know what's a common color scheme with Korra and Lena, or Kara and Lena? Blue and red. What are Korra and Asami's colors? Blue and red. And you've seen my tweet of the scene that's identical between them, right? You've seen that tweet, right? Do I need to pull it up? Because I will. I could go on about this for a while. Like, when I tell you, it's just all flowing out because I haven't talked about any of these in a while. And I also just got back into Korasami over the weekend, last week. I started reading Korasami fanfiction again for the first time in a long time. I don't know, I had the itch for it, and fell back in love with it. I found the perfect fic, a fic I've been looking for ages. Hurt Comfort, gay as fuck, takes place in between seasons 3 and 4. Ideal. Genuinely lovely and amazing. Art. And then I was reading more fanfictions, but there is a comic continuation by Dark Horse that takes place after the end of the show, that is canon, and I hadn't read the second book yet. It was still in its wrappings. It still had the plastic wrap around it. I'd read the first one, but I had to reread it because it had been so long, and I couldn't remember if I'd finished it. I had. And then I read the second one, because the fics I was reading, some of them were talking about things that were taking place in the book I hadn't read. And I was like, oh, I don't want to get spoiled for that. So I went and read both of those and then came back to read more fan fiction. If you won't catch me reading, it's either a comic or fan fiction, okay? You catch me reading a book, something's wrong. Let's see if I can find the tweet. It might take me a minute. I think it was a tweet. Wasn't it? I do believe it was a tweet. Can I search through my own tweets? Media. Let's look at media. That'll be faster. This was a while ago. It was during... I think it was a tweet. I swear to God, if it's not a tweet, and I scroll all the way down for this, I swear to God. Okay, arcane. Oh, oh. Okay, we're here somewhere. We're nearby. We're nearby. We're nearby. Where is it? Ah. Oh yeah, my meme. I know I released it in a tweet. I know I did. I know I did. I know. Oh, here it is. Here it is. I found it. I found it. Aha. Wait, hold on. Why is it so quiet? Why is it so quiet? Hold on. Why is it so quiet? This is unacceptable behavior. Why is it so quiet? I think I had it in the episode reaction. Hold on. Let me pull up some forbidden imagery. Hold on. Oh my god, my puberty voice. I am in the midst of puberty. Where is it? God, that hair is awful. Oh, no, I didn't. Damn it, I didn't have the same cut in there. Okay, that's fine. That's okay. That's fine. That's okay. How do I make this louder so you can hear it? Oh, it's basically up all the way. Well, we'll just turn it up to 100%. Blast it. Okay.
It's okay.
Sorrel? Brainy's set to take you back to Argo City whenever you're ready.
Excuse me, Tenzin. Varric is looking for you. Something about wanting to borrow a glider suit to fly off the tower.
It's the same scene. It's the same scene. Right down to what they're wearing. It's the same scene. The only difference is it's Tenzin's not her father. That's the only difference here is that. But Tenzin is a father figure. He's just not her actual dad. Like, can you imagine if it was her actual dad? The only difference would be her actual dad would be wearing blue, but that's not relevant. So we have Kara, our puppy, talking to her dad. Her dad is like reassuring her of things. Hands on the shoulders. She grabs his arms. Love interest walks in to make the dad go away.
To take you back to Argo City whenever you're ready.
He's in red, she's in blue. Same situation is going on right here.
Excuse me, Tenzin. Varric is looking for you.
It's the same scene. Wait, what is Lena wearing? Is that a maroon jacket I see? Lena, are you wearing red? I can't tell because this looks like it was shot on a potato. She's wearing red pants at the very least. Art imitates art. It does. It's the same scene. Like, it doesn't get more legit than this. Like, I don't know what, like, when we say they're the same, it's not even an exaggeration. It's not an exaggeration at all to say that they are the same. It's the same scene. I need to retweet it. Okay, mission accomplished. Not only the same scene, but Zor-El and Lena are wearing red, just like Asami and Tenzin. And Kara is wearing blue, just like Korra. Literally down to the framing. Literally down to the framing. It's even the same shots. Medium shot on Dad. Wide shot on both. To show the love interest walking in. We just get an extra medium shot of Korra for this one. So medium shot of Tenzin, medium shot of Korra, wide shot to see Asami walk in. It's the same. The way I screamed when I realized this. Because I already knew that they were the same couple, you know? Like, I already knew they were the same, but, like, you can't tell me that there wasn't some intention here. It's just too similar to be a coincidence. Like, if there were no other similarities between these two ships, I would say, okay, fine, it's just a fluke. But they're basically Kara is Korra and Asami is Lena. They are the same. Do I need therapy? Yes. Is this quite possibly one of the strongest tangents we've ever gone on? Maybe. People still trying to tell me that She-Hulk is trying to say that she has better anger, that her anger control is better than Bruce's, even though she should, because she does. She does have better anger control than Bruce's. It's even Kara and Korra. Yeah, the same name, too. I have to pee again. Y'all made me drink all that fucking water earlier, and now I have to fucking piss every 5 minutes. But I'm also dehydrated. I'll be right back. I have to pee. Did I finally run Jarek off? It became too much. He had to leave. Oh, that felt so good. I haven't done that in a long time. I think, because I mean, Once Upon a Time and Swan Queen, as well as Supergirl and Supercorp, are such big milestones in my life, more so than Kurosami, because I watched Once Upon a Time and Supergirl as they came out. I shipped those ships as they were happening, whereas I didn't watch Korra until years after it had finished, you know, until ages after it had finished. I was watching it after the first book where their canon had come out and was purchasable. So I didn't get to experience the pure joy that so many people experienced, that they had wished for and hoped for and dreamed for at the very, very finale of Legend of Korra, where Korra and Asami walk off hand in hand into the spirit world to go on vacation together with just the two of them, after many a blush and many an undertone. I didn't get to be there for that, which I hate, but I don't know that I would have picked up on them when I was a kid, because when did that show come out? It came out a while ago. Uh, 2012. So I was only 12. No, I probably would have picked up on the queer, to be honest, actually. Steampunk. That's accurate, yeah. What? Why? Twins? Why are the twins listed here? What? I'm so confused. Why are the twins listed alongside? That's so goofy. Why am I an infant? What do you mean? What do you mean? It's not my fault. I wasn't a Nickelodeon kid. I didn't watch Last Airbender as it came out either. I saw both of those after they came out on Netflix. Which is why I like Korra more, probably, because I don't have the nostalgia for Last Airbender that most people do when they watch it, you know? Most of the people who are like, oh my god, I love Last Airbender, because it is a high-quality show. Like, genuinely probably one of the highest quality shows that you can find. But it is the highest of qualities of animated show that is appropriate for kids, for children, like baby children. But since it is genuinely a Y7 show, it makes fart jokes, it makes goofy faces, it makes the kind of jokes that you make for baby children, you know? And all of the main cast are like, what, Zuko's like 14 or something? Like, isn't he the oldest and he's like 14? Like, they're all children, like young children. Aang's like, what, 8 or something during the whole fucking show? Like, they're babies during that show. Let me make sure I've got these numbers right. Aang is 112. Okay, he's 12. I thought he was younger than that. 12. 16 is the oldest. May is 17. But of the main characters, Zuko is 16. So the oldest is 16. The whole show takes place in under a year. Yeah, Aang is 12. That doesn't feel correct, but that's what all of these are saying. So I thought he was way younger than that. So it's not, and it's the show is not geared towards older teens, young adults. Whereas for Legend of Korra, they all start of age in the show. Korra is, I think, well, she's 17 in book 1, but she turns 18 during book 1. And then we have a time jump, and she's 21 by the time the show ends. Like, and it is geared towards that demographic way more than Last Airbender was. It is. I have said this so many times. I do not know. I mean, I do not know how Korra is labeled Y7. I don't know how they managed to get that label. Granted, I know seasons 3 and 4, most of that aired online and not on actual television, so they were able to go darker with it. That is not a Y7 show. Bro. Not to mention the fact that basically all of the villains, except the season 2 villain, Tonlock, whatever the fuck his name is, are all super complex and super politically motivated to a degree that a lot of adults wouldn't be able to grasp, let alone why fucking 7. Can you imagine I've been thinking about this lately because I've been rereading Korra stuff. Can you imagine if they brought back Legend of Korra? It can start up from where it was. That's fine. Like, it can start up where the books left off or whatever you want to do. But in the style of Invincible, can you imagine? They wouldn't, because the franchise is supposed to be family-friendly. But can you imagine? Can you imagine? I just want to see Korra. I just want to... You know how they blew up that one girl's head at the end of Season 3? Imagine if there was blood leaking out of that afterwards. Bro. Oh my god. What I would give for that. The things I would sacrifice for that. Can you imagine how iconic that would be? Or, like, we can time jump to where they're, like, in their late 20s or something, and it's, like, super violent and super, like, gay and super, like, all of the things that Invincible can be because it's a Amazon Prime show. But it's Legend of Korra. I would pass away. And we give them a guaranteed 2 to 3 seasons. So they actually can plan their shit, which they didn't get to fucking do before. One can dream. It'll never happen, but I'll dream about it forever. He old. He very old. What happened to Legend of Korra? What do you mean? Other than it being one of my favorite shows ever, what do you mean, what happened? It ended many a year ago. I'm just dreaming about it, about how violent they could make it. Because the Season 3 finale was dark as shit. Like, that's like, Y7 my ass, you know? Like, what the fuck? Like, why, how was that able to be labeled Y7? We literally watched Korra get tortured. We watch it. It's not an off-screen, and we watch it happen. We watch, what's his name? I've only seen it once all the way through. Zahir. We watch Zahir, spoilers, suffocate the Queen of the Earth Kingdom. We watch him do that. We watch him use his airbending to wrap an air bubble around her head and suffocate her. We watch the whole process. We watch him rip the air from her lungs. How is that a Y7 show? I love it. Don't get me wrong. I love that dark shit. You know I do. But it's not a Y7 show. And I can understand. Now, I don't know if they moved it to the website because it was dark, or if they made it dark because they knew that we weren't going to get to air it live. I don't know which one came first. I'm going to guess they moved it because it was dark, but because they weren't really given the time to plan the show like Last Airbender was. That's why Last Airbender is so good. They knew exactly how many episodes they were going to have. They knew exactly how many seasons they were going to have, and they knew exactly how long they had infinite time essentially to make it, because there was no like, oh, we need to put it out right now. No, it was make it perfect, make it great, and that's why it's such a good show. And the reason Korra falls flat in comparisons in places, even though I would say Season 3 of Legend of Korra is the best season of any of the last, any show in the Airbender franchise. And a lot of people, I have seen a lot of people agree with that statement, that Season 3 is the best season in Avatar, period. Is because they didn't know that they were going to get another season, or another season, or another season. So every season they had to plan to essentially wrap it up at the end. Just like your standard cable TV show, they don't know that they're going to get renewed, so they can't really plan long-term things sometimes. Like Buffy, for example. Buffy never knew when they were going to get renewed until the last 2 seasons. So every season finale, for the most part, felt like a series finale a lot of times, and Korra also suffered from that, and from I think, wasn't the writing strike then? When was the writing strike? Hold on. Writers strike. 2011. 2007, were there 2 of them? I believe Korra was affected by the writer's strike, was it not? Its first air date was in 2012. I thought which one was it that, what am I thinking of then, that was affected by the writer's strike? The writer's strike fucked a lot of shows in the ass, let me tell you. Which is fine. The writers needed to go on strike, I understand, but there were a lot of shows that suffered because of it. Yeah, there were a lot of shows that took a massive dip during that time in quality because the writers were on strike. Which, again, I fully support. They absolutely should. But the shows that suffered, you know what I mean? Well, I guess it wasn't them. I could have sworn that they were affected by it, but maybe I'm thinking of something else. Because there were a lot of... basically, every show that was on at the time was affected by the writer's strike, for the most part. Like, pretty much all of them. No one made it out unscathed during the writer's strike, because what is the one thing you need for every piece of material, every piece of media? A writer. Without a writer, you don't have anything to make. So when the writers went on strike, everything came to a halt. Pretty severely too for a lot of shows. There were some shows that every single one of their writers was on strike, and they had no one in the office to write anything. The way I would have put everything on pause. If I was the showrunner of a show and that should happen, I was like, we're not moving a muscle until we get our writers back, because our show is going to suffer in quality. But that's one of the reasons why Korra isn't as good. Plus, they did the whole, I think it's Unalaq. I think that's his name. It was Unalaq, right? Vatu? Who the fuck is Unalaq? Huh? Who the hell is Unalaq? I'm going to spell it wrong. Which one is that? Is that her dad? Who the fuck is Unalaq? Oh, is he the... Who is Unalaq? Who is he? Oh, he is the Season 2 bad guy. Okay, he is the Season 2 bad guy. So what was... He was the younger brother of Tonrock. Sorry, I've literally only watched this show through in its entirety one time. Yeah, every major Legend of Korra villain is an allegory for political ideology. There was something that happened because they were doing the Civil War thing, and then they switched to the good versus bad thing that made Season 2 so trash. Season 2 was also trash because of the love triangle shit they were trying to pull, which I highly don't appreciate, and it's like the biggest thing that keeps me from rewatching the show, because the love triangle time is just so painful and uncomfortable. It makes sense why it's in there. It's a show about teenagers and young adults dating and like trying to figure out life, and that's part of it. I understand that, but it was just Korra's so whiny at the beginning, which is fine. She's 16. That's 16-year-olds are whiny. That's how they are. Okay, it's fine. But a lot of people give Korra crap for that. It's like, she's 16. I bet you Aang was whiny as fuck at 16 too. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? You know what I mean? It just, people want to give Korra garbage. Like, they want to compare it to Last Airbender, which is simply unfair. That'd be like comparing, I don't know, The Simpsons and Arcane. It's like, that's not a fair comparison at all. Let me think of a better one. Let's see. That's like comparing Harry Potter and Crimes of Grindelwald. Not even on the same plane. You know what I mean? It's not a fair comparison. And I'm not saying that, don't think I'm saying Korra is Crimes of Grindelwald. I'm just saying take things in the same universe and try to compare the two. One is going to be better than the other. They just are. Korra is not nearly as bad as Crimes of Grindelwald, but that's besides the point. Or what's the name of that trilogy? It's Fantastic Beasts. Fantastic Beasts, the first movie, is fun. That movie's fine. But after that, it's garbage. So, like... And whereas if you compare that to the original Harry Potter series, very good series that is very much loved by people. The movies, not the books, but the movies are very much loved by people and is... Even though there are definitely better series, it's revered as great. And then we have the garbage that followed, which didn't get the same treatment that the original got. Because the original was based off books that took 2-3 decades to write, you know? Meanwhile, the others were based off of they were a spin-off, essentially, of the Harry Potter universe. Same here. They had years to work on Last Airbender, but they were pushing to get Korra out. So that they could try to hit the demographic while it was there, you know? So it's just, I think Korra I connected to Korra more for a lot of reasons. The queer aspects, the female protagonist aspects, but also because it's geared towards people my age. You know, like, especially the last couple seasons. And whereas Last Airbender is geared towards 7, 8, 9, 10-year-olds, which I am not. So, while I did very much love the show while I watched it, I'm not like, oh my god, it's one of my favorite shows ever, because I don't have that nostalgia for it, you know what I mean? And I know I'll be persecuted for that, but, like, I recognize it as a high-quality show that it is. It just wasn't for me, you know what I mean? It was more for me than, like, Amphibia was, for example. I didn't even finish watching Amphibia. I couldn't get into it. But it's the same type of content. It is made for the same demographic of people, if that makes any sense. You know what I mean? Have I seen the video game? I've heard of the video game. If I could type, that'd be lovely. Oh yes, I did hear about this. I heard it was garbage. It's because it's a beat 'em up. Heard it was a really bad game. Although 95% of users liked it. I thought I heard it was bad. Maybe I'm thinking of a different game. They have it for the 3DS. I don't have a 3DS. I have a DSi. I hate that I have a DSi instead of a 3DS. I hate that shit so much. I hate that. I love my DSi. I do love it. It's sexy, gorgeous, and amazing. But the eye does nothing. The DSi is because it's supposed to be able to connect to the internet, and it doesn't even do that well. I should have gotten a 3DS. I was given the option between the two, and I picked, for some godforsaken reason, I picked the DSi. I don't know why I did that. Oh well. You live and you learn. But I feel like it's really annoying to have to defend the things you like and you enjoy. Just because there's something better in the universe, you know? You cannot tell me that Zahir is not the best villain in the universe. The Avatar universe. You cannot convince me he isn't the best villain in the Avatar universe. He is so well-rounded and so understandable, and he's a person. He's not just a villain. He is a person. He's an antagonist. He's not even calling him a villain actually isn't even fair. He's just an antagonist. He is the person to fight. He's not just bad, you know what I mean? He is the best quality villain in the show. Like, what even is the name of the... What is his name? Ozai? Ozai. Ozai is just a guy who wants to kill everybody and control everything. Boring. It's so boring. That's so boring. You know what I mean? That's so boring. Zuko, I would classify him as a good villain. He was a villain for a little bit. But he gets a character arc and becomes not a villain. He was never truly a villain. He was just on the wrong side of things. Azula is fabulous as a villain. I think she's up there with Zahir. I would put her in the top 3. I don't know who else I'd put in there. of the three, but I don't know that she's better than Zahir in terms of like quality. Zahir is far more intelligent of a villain than Azula, but that's because Azula's a child. So, you know, it's not really fair to compare those aspects. I love Azula's backstory and why she is the way she is. It's so complex and intricate and so fucked up. Her life story is just beyond fucking awful. Yeah, she's a traumatized, brainwashed child versus Zahir, who is a full-grown adult with a for a child, she's brilliant, absolutely. But her backstory is traumatized, brainwashed child, whereas Zahir is a full-grown adult with ideologies that he fully believes in, with a family he cares for, and with a belief he's going to put it into order if it's the last thing he does. Two very different things. He is motivated by his desires, whereas she is motivated by the desires she's told she's supposed to have, if that makes sense. Now, that might make her more complex, but I don't think it makes her a better villain. She's fun as fuck. I love Azula so much. I love her. I love her so much. The final Agni Kai, brilliant. Cinema. But Zahir is just so intricate. You know what I mean? Like, I love Azula, I do, but she doesn't beat him in terms of top tier villains. I would put Zahir up there in best villains of most shows, to be honest. But people also love to give Korra a hard time for getting her ass kicked a lot. Have you seen the villains she fights versus the ones Aang fights? The biggest villain he fights is Ozai. You know? You know what I mean? Like, and by the time he fights Ozai, he's not mastered all four elements, but he's in control of his avatar state and arguably in control of the most important element, air, and his chi. So I mean that Korra struggles with excessively because they are completely opposite people in terms of personality. Which is why when she's a fucking child, like a literal baby, she can bend all of the elements but air, because that is like, just like for Aang, his hardest one to learn was earth, because it goes completely against his like mindset about the world. Like, in order to bend the earth, you have to not be an airbender, essentially. And in order to be an airbender, you have to not be a firebender and earthbender. Does that make sense? So I think it's so goofy that people want to be like, Korra gets her ass beat a lot. Yeah, she does. She does. What do you want? Have you seen the villain she fights? Have you seen the villain she fights? The first villain she fights in the show is a fucking bloodbender. Like, spoilers, but like, fuck. You know what I mean? Like, we have one bloodbending episode in all of the first show. You know what I mean? Meanwhile, our main villain of season 1 is a bloodbender who literally takes away Korra's bending. You know what I mean? Like, a massive villain to fight. Plus, because of Korra, the Air Nation has people in it again that aren't just descendants from Aang. Poor Aang, responsible for repopulating his entire culture. Poor guy. But he only had one airbender kid, so then it's on Tenzin to repopulate his entire culture. Well, at least all the babies he pops out are all airbenders, so that's good at least. But then, because of her fight with Unalaq and his bullshit in Season 2, we get airbenders. And while Season 2 is easily the worst season of Avatar, period, we couldn't have had Season 3 without Season 2. Because we needed Zahir to become an airbender in order for Season 3 to even happen. And I can't think of another way to do that other than opening another spirit portal, you know what I mean? I think it's so funny, because Korra both has the highest highs and lowest lows of the Avatar franchise, but Avatar The Last Airbender is just great throughout, if that makes any sense. It's so fun. And, like, I think Season 1 of Korra is just mid. Season 2 of Korra is absolute trash. Season 3 of Korra is the best you can ask for, and Season 4 of Korra is top notch, if that makes any sense. Like, seasons 3 and 4 are so good. They're so good. Korra alone doesn't beat Zuko alone, in my opinion. I liked Zuko alone more, if we account for my Korra bias. If we take out my bias liking of Korra, although I think I probably like Zuko and Korra an equal amount, but it's been a minute since I've watched any Avatar stuff that's not Legend of Korra. So, you know, I think Zuko alone is one of the best episodes of Avatar, but I did enjoy Korra alone, and it was an episode that was very much needed, and I loved the PTSD storyline that we got in Korra. We never got anything. The closest we got to that deep was the most traumatizing moment of all of Avatar, Leaves on a Vine. That is the closest we got to anything like that in there. Although I in one of the fics I read, Korra is afraid of lightning, and it is theorized by the people around her that it's because Aang being shot with the lightning and dying from the lightning strike, and that was passed on to the next Avatar, the fear of lightning. And I love that. I love that idea. That she's afraid of it and she doesn't know why, and it's because Aang was fucking murdered by it. I love the way that fanfic writers use certain things about the Avatar that haven't been specified or despecified in the canon. I think that's one of my favorite things about fan fiction, is you can do so much with it. It's very fun. Especially AUs. AUs are so fun. I love reading AUs and seeing how they work certain people's character traits into this new universe they've created. Very fun, very fun. So okay, for those who've played it, is the Korra game similar to the Kingdom Hearts games in that you just mash buttons and that's the whole game? Like, it's just mashing the strike button. Better watch out, Stray. People will come for your head. You can't look at me and tell me that Toph and Azula aren't the best characters in Avatar, The Last Airbender. I'm sorry. Well, I'm asking you because you've claimed to have played it, so I don't know if you've played Kingdom Hearts, but I got really bored with the Kingdom Hearts game very quickly because all I was doing was just spamming the attack button and wasn't taking any damage at any point. and I'm on like level like I'm like a third of the way into the game, and it's not been a challenge at all. And I like a little bit of challenge in my games, not like Bloodborne level, but like I like some challenge. You know, I want it to be a little bit difficult. You know what I mean? Like Last of Us type difficulty. You know. Toph, Azula, and Suki. I do like Suki. She's not in it enough, which is disgraceful. Zuko's a really good character as well, though. I mean, most of the characters in the show are really good, to be honest, but I love Toph. Getting to see Toph and Korra and see Iroh and Korra were just, absolutely fabulous. I love Iroh with my whole soul. I wish I had an Iroh in my family. I wish. Can you imagine? I played the game 8 years ago. Can't remember a lot about it. It's fair. I respect the girl kicking ass with no bending. Right? Another reason to love Asami. Girlie ain't got no powers, but she out here taking people down just like Korra. Iconic. I did the first mission, but damn, it was trash. Her taste in men is awful, but you could do worse than Sokka, okay? You could do worse. You could do better, but you could also do worse. Full game? 2.5 hours? What? Not even a 3-hour game? PS4?
Oh, crap.
Yikes.
Forgot I had to turn.
Ooh, it's a different voice actor. I don't like that.
Temple Run.
Soccer just annoys the hell out of me every time he's on screen. Immediately dies.
Unlike Temple Run, you don't swipe up, you click X. X. Gosh.
Okay, so this isn't the actual gameplay, I hope. I think they can make a much better one of these games today. Just because our technology has come along. Like, this is essentially Legend of Zelda. You know what I mean? Like, bending elements and moving shit around and things like that.
Oh yeah, throw me your thing at me when there's like a guy right in front of you.
Okay, it doesn't look like just button mashing. It's a little button mashing. But I don't know what buttons he's pressing.
Why do these drugs have spirits in them anyway? Makes no sense.
The controls look janky AF. But of course, I'm not seeing what he's pressing or doing. Yeah, an open world game for these would be fantastic. Legend of game. What if you can resell it? Do I take request vids? Not at the moment, no. But welcome. Glad you're here. Not tonight. I'm on a tangent. I'm on an ADHD tangent at the moment, so. Also, another reason Korra's fights tend to end more poorly than Aang's is the bending is far more diverse in Korra's time than it was in Aang's. Because, like, Toph invents metal bending, right? During their time in the show, right? And by the time we get to Korra's time, metal bending is pretty common. Like, it's still rare. It's still, like, a special skill you have to learn. But the military, everyone in the military can metal bend, you know what I mean? And there's fucking lava bending and spirit bending and lightning bending. Like, there's all this other different type of stuff that there was lightning bending in the original as well, but it wasn't as commonly used as it is in Korra. It's seen as like a very rare, difficult thing. Whereas by the time 100 years later, you know, it evolves and is something that is taught more and becomes more natural to people just because of, you know, time progressing. So that's something to think about too.
Oh no, not again.
Not to mention fucking bloodbending and what is it called? The one where they like hit pressure points and shit. It's not actually bloodbending, but it's like chi blockers essentially. Like they have those in the original Avatar, I believe, as well. Where they're like chop you in certain places and yeah, chi blocking. I know they have a couple of people who do that in the original show. But there's a whole army of those motherfuckers in Korra's time. Yeah, Ty Lee does it. I know a few, but it's a very rare thing in the original Avatar, right? I've only seen both of these shows once all the way through, so I need clarification on some things. It's not like a common thing in Avatar versus Korra. Yeah, whereas in Korra, they have whole armies that do that shit. Like, all of the people who are in... whatever the fuck his name is, the bad guy in season 1, all of his people are able to do that, including him, because he fucking bloodbends your fucking powers away. So, plus they have technology. She's got to fight against these giant mechs in season 4. This actually looks kind of fun, I'm not gonna lie to you. I wonder why they took it off the stores. Was it because of all the bad reviews, I wonder? I think if they made this today, they can make it far more intuitive.
Oh, he's mad now. He's pissed off.
Because like she's clipping through this armor right now. I feel like they can make a really good, like the person said down here, open world game out of this universe today. I feel like they could do a fucking killer job at that. So I love that they used this screenshot from the show, because I think this is the only time in the show we get a reaction face like that. I think we only get 1 or 2 of those in the entirety of Legend of Korra, whereas we get it every few episodes in Avatar. The game had bad reviews and didn't sell. The only people that played this game were fans of the series. I mean, yeah. Yeah. Another reason I didn't like Avatar as much as I liked Korra is I didn't like these faces. They made me uncomfortable. When they weren't supposed to, when they were supposed to be funny, I was uncomfortable. And I think they really only do it 2 or maybe 3 times in all of Korra, and this is one of those very, very, very limited times. So I find it funny that they use that as their thumbnail. It's a good thumbnail photo. I'm not knocking them for it. I'm just saying I think it's funny because it's a rare occurrence in the show for that to happen. Do we really need a family tree for Avatar? It's not that complicated. Unlike Once Upon a Time, where everyone's fucking related to each other. I wonder if you can buy it from secondhand online. I'm curious. Like Naruto, the game never really had any bad reviews due to the huge fans they have worldwide. Is it delisted? So like you can, even if you rebuy it, it won't play. You can still get it for the 3DS. Oh my god. Oh my god. Hold on. Hold on, I need you to see this, but I need to open it in an incognito window so that y'all don't see my address. There we go. Where'd it go? Oh, it was right here. I guess it changes the search results because it's on incognito mode. Oh, that's fucking dumb. It had the Wii game based on the movie. No. I can't show you it because my address is on screen, but not the movie. It keeps working. I don't think it's sold anywhere because of licensing. Never had a physical copy. It never had a physical copy for the bigger consoles. Aw, oh, damn. So you can't buy it. Someone's selling a Steam key for it for $300. CD key for $40. Pro Bending Arena. What is that? What is this? Oh, it's a board game. Cool. Oh, that's neat. That's kind of cool, actually. Pro bending was dope. You can't tell me that I would watch pro bending as a sport. Yeah, downside to having no physical copies anymore. Yeah, that's one of the reasons like I don't like buying the digital copies of shit. I want my physical fucking copies, goddammit. I want them. Sorry I keep whacking y'all with my headphone cord. You hated pro bending? Oh, I loved it. I loved it so much. I loved it the way I love Quidditch. Like, I would watch that shit on TV every fucking day. I did not intend to be streaming all night, but alas, here we are. Alas, here we are. So I don't know if you all have heard about the streamer who got banned for having sex on stream and then got unbanned. But pro bending is a dream short sport. That shit will be lit. Right? Right. Oh. Oh. Iconic. What? You don't know about this? There was a streamer, I'm going to pronounce her name wrong, but Kimika, I think that's incorrect, but close enough. I can probably show this. This is probably fine. You can't see anything in the screenshots. She had sex on stream. The guy fucking her is off camera, but there's literally a reflection of it in the background, so you can see what's happening. She got banned, and then she got unbanned 7 days later. So she only got a 7-day ban for having sex on stream. But beyond that, to get to my point. So in this thread, I found something funny. Meanwhile, other streamers have been banned permanently for accidentally showing the edge of a butt cheek from a cable TV show, or getting baited by their own chat, or not knowing a said scene is in a said game. And then this person said, don't forget about the people who get banned for things they didn't even say. Example, if they're in a lobby and someone else uses gamer words, the ban never holds up, but you can report people for it as nothing more than a hassle or inconvenience. And they use the term gamer words instead of slurs. I just think that's so funny. I didn't know that was a way people referred to it. It's almost Nico's bedtime. I just thought that was really funny that he called them gamer words. I agree. I agree as well. If you're stupid enough to do something like that on stream, you shouldn't be allowed to stream. They had to create a whole separate section for hot tub streams. So... Right, yeah, exactly. I think the fact that she wasn't completely permabanned is absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. Yeah, she was banned for 7 days and then was unbanned. Meanwhile, I could get banned for playing any of these videos because they're not mine. I don't own the copyright to them. Even though I'm on YouTube and you can literally see where they're from.
Led a group of zombies right to them.
Let's start this section over because we got distracted. We got distracted by Robert Carlyle. So.
Themselves some Robert Carlyle. There really is something to be said about the pure detestability of his character Don in the zombie flick 28 Weeks Later. The movie begins with Don and his wife Alice hiding out from the infected when suddenly a scared young boy comes knocking at the door. After a disagreement, the couple let the boy in, only to realize he's led a group of zombies right to them. Alice, ever the mother, refuses to escape without the boy in tow, and so Don, despite trying to get his wife to come along, just straight up leaves her. She then gets dragged away by the monsters. Audiences were enraged that Don not only made it to safety, but also seemingly was being set up as the movie's protagonist. But not to worry, Don gets his dues when Alice is brought to the safe haven, having seemingly avoided being infected. What Don doesn't realize when spinelessly asking for his wife's forgiveness is that she is indeed carrying the rage virus. And when he kisses her on the lips, Don unknowingly infects himself, setting into motion the movie's action. The audience is forced to watch as Don's selfish actions cause the complete destruction of what was supposed to be a safe haven. So when the fatal bullet is shot into Zombie Don, there's a ton of catharsis for the audience who gets to see this guy get his just desserts. Number 1, Jill Roberts, Scream 4. When Scream 4 came out 11 years after what was supposed to be the third and final film of the
Iconic.
franchise, audiences were mostly unimpressed. Thankfully, over the years, fans have learned to appreciate the movie for the gory and campy romp that it is. While the gore was certainly a
I need to watch the Scream series. Max and I think Max and I'm going to try to get Max to watch it during the spooky season this year because I've not seen any of the movies in full. Like, I've seen bits and pieces of each of them here and there, but I've never seen any of the Scream films in their entirety. I'd love to watch them with Max. Maybe we could do like a Max Reacts thing where we record the movies as a whole and post them to Patreon or something. Maybe I could work that out at some point. It'd be difficult since we don't have weekends anymore, but we won't have weekends anymore. This weekend is the last freedom weekend that I will have for a very long time, so, you know. But I'd like to watch the Scream films since I haven't seen them.
And out for this particular entry in the franchise, it was the final act that cemented it for its quality. Scream 4 attempts to introduce you to a whole new cast of teens, with Sydney's timid cousin Jill at the forefront of the group. Jill was perfectly
A Scream
positioned
Queen.
to be the new final girl until it's shockingly revealed that she was the
Hayden.
mastermind behind the new
Hayden.
Mortuary massacre. It's at this point in the movie that we're treated to the movie's best sequence, as the once fragile and innocent Jill murders her ex-boyfriend, her accomplice, and her cousin Sydney. She then gets to work creating the crime scene, stabbing herself, throwing herself into a glass table, and ripping out chunks of her hair. The audience then are begrudgingly forced to be impressed with her seemingly getting away with her crimes. But we soon find out she isn't the only survivor, because Sydney, ever the final girl, didn't die. What follows is a longer than necessary sequence of Sydney and her team versus Jill as they try to kill what seems to be an unkillable killer. By the time Sydney lays down next to Jill's body, we as an audience are in a stress haze, yelling at our TVs, just die already. Which she does. And that's our list. Do let me know down in that comment.
This movie with Megan Fox. It's on my to watch list. It's called the title of it will be in this video, but I don't want spoilers for it. Oh, it did. You don't have. Of course, you don't have the fucking. Oh my god, I hate you. Why do they not have them tagged? Till Death. It's called Till Death. And it's essentially the same plot as there's a movie on, I can't remember what it's fucking called. My brain is shutting down. Let me just look at it. Why is this list so short? What the fuck? Oh, it just didn't load. I was very confused there for a second. Where? Okay, we keep removing this. Stop putting it back on our list. Max removed Anatomy of a Scandal like 2 weeks ago from our Netflix list, and we discovered it was on there earlier today, and I'm looking at it now, back on our fucking list, even though we literally removed it earlier today. Stop it. Gerald's Game. Gerald's Game. Starring Carla, Bruce, Carol, and Kate. What some basic fucking names. Which was a Netflix movie. I'll answer your question in a second, Ron. No, just let me get through this thought first, and I'll answer your question. Don't worry. I see it. I'll answer it. But is the Till Death on here? I don't think it's on Netflix. Yes, it is. Till Death is also on Netflix. Oh my god, type. So the plot for both of them is essentially they're attached to their significant other during a sexual encounter, and their partner dies for various reasons. and then they have to survive. That's essentially the plot. And I've been wanting to find the motivation and time to watch both of them back to back and compare the two. They may not be comparable films, I don't know, but based on the general synopsis, they seem to be very similar in concept. Let's see. Rotten Tomatoes. Oh, wow. It's 90% for the... Wow. Okay. That's really good. Okay. After a romantic evening in their scheduled lake house, Emma awakens handcuffed to her dead husband. Trapped, isolated in the dead of winter, she must fight off hired killers to escape her husband's twisted plan. And then Gerald's game is... a couple tries to spice up their marriage in a remote lake house. After the husband dies unexpectedly, the wife is left handcuffed to their bed frame and must fight to survive and break free. Similar plots. Not the same plot. Similar plots. It's based on a novel by Stephen King. That kind of makes sense, to be honest. Why do we have this page for this? Oh, because I'm on Rotten Tomatoes versus IMDb. I'm a dumb bitch. It's fine. Woman is left handcuffed to her dead husband as part of a sick revenge plot. Unable to unshackle, she has to survive. The two killers arrive to finish her off. So different plots as Megan Fox's character has people coming after her, whereas Carla Gugino, is that how you say her name? Is handcuffed to a bed frame and has to survive. So different plots, but similar plots. And I want to watch them back to back and compare them. But I don't know that I have the mental fortitude to do that. You know? But I've been trying... Amanda the Jedi made a video on Till Death. And I was going to watch it because I like Megan Fox. And I love Amanda the Jedi. So it was a perfect combination. But she started describing the movie, and I was like, wait, this sounds like that Gerald's Game film that I've had on my watch later on Netflix for like a year and a half to 2 years. It sounds really similar. I should watch them together and see if they're the same, see how similar they are. And it's been about a year. I was employed when I had that thought. So when I was actually at work when I was watching the video. Megan Fox is actually into men that do such things. Yes, her relationship with Machine Gun Kelly is gross and weird, and he's also really gross and weird. So, you know, she is hot though, and she can act. She's a very good actress as well. So she kind of built a career off of being hot, but she's also very talented as well. So can we talk about Margot Robbie for a second? Sorry, I know that sounds really out there and random, but I was watching Cinema Therapy's video on Harley Quinn, who's obviously played by the fabulous, glorious, and amazing Margot Robbie. That bitch can do everything. Girl is so good at everything. She is a fantastic character actor. She's hilarious. She's a producer. She's hot as fuck. She can probably sing. What doesn't she do? I'm sure she can dance. She can roller skate. An icon. Genuinely. An icon. I could never do any of those things. You know what I mean? It's just really unfair when you see the people who've won the talent lottery and then you look at yourself and you go, what am I doing with my life? You know what I mean? Because, like, you don't become good at all those things just because you tried hard at all of them. You know what I mean? Like, that takes some natural skill and natural talent to be that good at that many things, you know? Like, you become really good at several things by just trying hard, you know? But to be that good at that many things, natural talent is involved. Like, your average person can't go learn 10 languages, even given 50 years. You know what I mean? Like, that takes a certain type of person to be able to learn all those things. Like, if I sat down and decided I want to learn these languages, I'm going to go immerse myself in all of those cultures, I still wouldn't be able to learn those languages. Meanwhile, Pierre ASMR knows he's fluent in 4 languages and is actively learning like 6 others. And it's fucking phenomenal. because some people are built for certain things, and the same goes for other talents like dance and acting and that kind of stuff. Like, obviously it comes with passion and practice as well, but no one becomes as good as at singing as Adele or Lady Gaga by practice alone. You know what I mean? You have to have some natural talent at certain things to become that good at certain things. You know what I mean?
Hello, all of you lovely people. Jules here.
Ooh, The Exorcist. Not seen it. Every Disney star can magically sing. Well, yeah, they were put in singing classes from a young age, so that's, you know, childhood trauma. They're also scouted, so that helps as well.
I want to talk to you about horror movies, or more specifically, about horror movie deaths that were, well, let's just say, unintentionally hilarious. You see, this is the thing about horror. It's actually very close to comedy. What one person might find absolutely terrifying, other people might just sit around and laugh at. And because of the nature of presenting these sort of
Deep Blue Sea, baby! Deep Blue Sea! Iconic.
It's just solid punchlines. So let's take a look at some horror films that tried their best to scare us.
Tell me Deep Blue Sea is in here.
Ended up making us laugh. As I'm Jules, this is WhatCulture.com, and these are 10 horror movie deaths that weren't meant to be funny, but were. Number 10, Decapitated Dancing. Jeepers Creepers.
Damn, Deep Blue
2.
Sea's not on here.
Jeepers Creepers revolves around a bat-like beast called the Creeper that awakens every 23rd spring to feed on humans for 23 days. Now, at the time, this film was considered to be the next big horror franchise. I mean, after all, it was produced by Francis Ford Coppola, for crying out loud. 2 decades later, though, it's mostly forgotten, save for one moment in Jeepers Creepers 2. In this sequel, the Creeper attacks a high school bus, attempting to devour the
He looks like a Buffy
students who are in
villain.
it. At one point, the creature envelops a teenager called Dante in his wings before flying away. When his friends pull him from the Creeper's grasp, it momentarily appears as if Dante is saved. As the camera looms in on the horrified expression of his friends, however, the viewer knows that something horrible has indeed happened. It then cuts to a shot of Dante's decapitated body spasming before dropping to the ground. Based on that description alone, this moment should be terrifying, right? However, all angst and anxiety in the viewer vanishes the instant you see the decapitated Dante comically flailing around like he's dancing. Number 9. Michael Myers kills someone with a gun.
Oh, that's funny enough on its
When
own.
Halloween became a hit, it reinvigorated the slasher genre, spawning similar horror series such as Friday the 13th and A Nightmare on Elm Street. Although serial killers like Freddy Krueger and Jason Voorhees became popular due to their over-elaborate murders, the recurring villain of the Halloween series, Michael Myers, usually killed his victims much more conventionally. After interest in the franchise waned, Michael's murders became more over the top. Instead of hacking his victims with a butcher knife, he would fry them on an electric grid or bore his finger right through their skull. But one of Michael's funniest kills occurs in Halloween 4, when Michael murders a woman with a double-barreled shotgun. That sounds out of
That
character
is
for
the
Michael to
funniest
use a
sentence
firearm.
I've heard
Trust
today.
me, it's much more dumb than you can actually imagine. Michael doesn't just shoot her with the gun, he stabs her with it. He stabs the weapon so violently through the woman it pierces the door behind her, impaling her to it. Number 8, The Albino Spider.
It would have been funnier if he'd shot her. That'd have been funny.
Verotica is an anthology horror movie based on the Verotic comic series. In the first story, the albino spider of Dajet, a prostitute's breast cries a tear, yes, you heard me right, which lands on a spider and then mutates it into a giant human/arachnid hybrid.
A titty spider? Did he just say titty spider? I'm sorry. I need one more time. I'm sorry. What was that?
Albino spider of Dajet, a prostitute's breast cries a tear, yes, you heard me right, which lands on a spider and then mutates it into a giant human/arachnid hybrid. And this is how the movie starts.
I'm sorry, what? I still don't think I got it. I still don't think my brain has processed that sentence that he just said. I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry, what? I wanted to rewatch Ghost in the Shell after when I was watching the Scarlett Johansson movies over the weekend, because I watched I watched that movie when it came out back in 2017. I went to the theater and saw it because it had Scarlett Johansson in it, and it looked good. And I can't remember if I liked it or not though, because it's been so long. But I was like, I didn't want to watch a movie that I wasn't sure I would enjoy again. So I picked Black Widow instead after watching Lucy. But I still was like, oh, I finished Black Widow. I could watch Ghost in the Shell, but I wanted to watch a movie I knew I'd enjoy. So I can't remember if I enjoyed that movie or not. I'm sure I did, but I think the only people who didn't like it were people who were comparing it to the anime, which, like, I didn't know it was based on an anime when I saw the movie. So, you know, yep, her titty cried on the spider. Yeah, I needed to think about something else so my brain could process this, so...
So, when the woman then goes to sleep, the spider entity manifests itself and prowls the street to find sex workers to kill. When the woman realizes this, she believes that the only way to destroy the monster is to take her own life. She swallows some pills and calls the police to tell them to come to her apartment, and when they...
Did you see the... He was really putting all of his effort into that, bashing that door down, didn't he?
Realizes this, she believes that the only way to destroy the monster
I need to watch this movie.
is to take her own life. She swallows some pills and calls the police to...
He went... Girlie, you're supposed to use that to bash the door down, not knock on it.
to tell them to come to her apartment.
That's a battering ram, not a door knocker. What was the name of this movie? I need to put this on my watch list. What the fuck? My face hurts from laughing. He's using that fucking battering ram as a door knocker. Come on, man. Put a little effort into it. I wonder if it's on my site. I need to know if I'm gonna have access to it. Oh, it's not on here. No. Request a movie. No, it don't have access to it. Why? Why? No. All I'm getting is Spider-Man. That's not what I want. An albino alligator is the first one. This movie looks so funny. Oh.
And when they barge in, they shoot the spider creature to death. The woman's sacrifice is meant to be noble and poignant, but it comes across as hilarious and rather nonsensical. I mean, first off, her breasts have eyes, and it's never explained why. Plus, the spider monster kind of looks like a six-armed Pennywise. Also, the
Oh wait, so her titty has an eyeball on it that cried. I just thought she, like, I don't know, titty sweat or titty milked onto the spider. Her titties have eyes? The titties have eyes. The hills have eyes. The titties have eyes. That's weirder. I think that's weirder. I think it'd be less weird if it was like milk or something. That's weird. Okay.
The theme of the man's spider crotch is visible, so you can clearly tell it's a costume. And finally, when the cops burst in, they shout, "Take your hands off her neck," even though he's not actually touching her. This film, I tell ya. Number 7, Eye Popper.
That looked
Friday the
amazing.
13th, Part 3. In the Friday the 13th franchise, Jason Voorhees usually slays his enemies with a machete. To avoid the films getting stale, though, the murders in each sequel tried to be creative rather than scary. Watching Jason whack his victims into a tree or punching a guy's head off like he's...
The way he flung that, there was nothing in it.
To avoid the films getting stale, though, the murders in each sequel tried to be creative rather than scary. Watching Jason whack his victims into a tree or punching a guy's head off like he's in Mortal Kombat are intended to be funny. But there was one moment in Friday the
Iconic,
13th Part 3 that was meant to be horrifying, but unfortunately wasn't. So Chris is staying at a cabin in Crystal Lake with her friends and her boyfriend Rick, unaware that Jason is indeed on the loose. When Rick walks outside the cabin, Jason greets him from behind and squashes his head so hard his eyeball pops out. Because
Fake
this film
head.
was shot in 3D long before Avatar popularized the medium, the director set up this shot because he thought that it would freak out the audience to see an eyeball seemingly shoot out of the screen at them. But sadly, it didn't work, because in this shot, the actor is blatantly swapped out for a dummy with a silicone head, and the eyeball is clearly hanging on a visible wire. Nice try, but no dice. Number 6, the decapitation, the omen. When an unintentionally hilarious moment occurs in a horror movie, it's usually because of a limited budget, or an amateur crew, or an inexperienced director. But that was not the case with The Omen. I mean, it was made by the Superman director himself, Richard Donner, and had Oscar-winning actor Gregory Peck in the lead. And although most horror films at the time were deemed inartistic schlock, The Omen was an instant classic and even bagged an Academy Award. On top of that, The Omen has one of the most famous decapitation scenes in movie history, but not for the reasons intended. In the scene in question, an investigator is decapitated by a sheet of glass that flies out of the back of a truck. Although the tone of this film is dead serious, this iconic shot is hilarious due to the blatantly fake head. Donner was worried that viewers might close their eyes the instant the sheet sliced through the investigator's neck, so he showed the moment in 7 shots in slow motion using 5 different camera angles to ensure that we witnessed it. Number 5,
doing that very rarely ends well. We're doing shot repeats that ends poorly 99% of the time.
Dreamcatcher. So Dreamcatcher was the first novel that Stephen King wrote after he was nearly killed by a minivan. Now once you learn this, it makes a lot more sense about how this story turned out the way it did. In the film adaptation, childhood friends Jonesy and Beaver find an ill man lost in the forest.
Oh, it's him. I know him from Life.
When
TV
Jonesy
show.
and Beaver find a trail of blood under their bathroom door, they burst in.
Oh, and that's
on the toilet. When they nudge him, he drops dead, only to reveal that he has crapped out an alien that looks kind of like a shitweasel. Now, if you think that shitweasel is a ridiculous term coined by the viewers, it actually isn't. This is literally what they're called in the movie. There's nothing funnier than hearing the villain, played by Morgan Freeman, say these words with deadpan delivery. These creatures are so absurd that you'd assume that King was trying to be funny.
I know him from
In
something
his
else.
own words, he believed that he would do for the toilet what Psycho did for the shower. In the years later, King did admit that this story isn't actually very good, and it's just another book that shows the drugs at work. Dr. Vornov is killed by a non-moving octopus, Bride of the Monster. Fitz is often hailed as, well, quite frankly, the worst film director ever, since his projects were plagued with technical errors, nonsensical storylines, laughable dialogue, and atrocious special effects. And one of the projects that he was actually the most proud of was the Frankenstein-inspired Bride of the Monster. In this movie, and I use that word quite loosely, Dr. Vornov is conducting experiments to create an atomic Superman. And if anyone stumbled across his work, Vornov fed them to his pet octopus. Now, the film concludes with the mad scientist himself falling into the octopus pit, where he becomes entangled in the mollusk's tentacles before being struck by lightning. Talk about overkill. Since Ed Wood had a minuscule budget of $70,000, which was ironically also the largest budget for any of his movies, he couldn't afford an octopus animatronic, so instead he had to settle for a puppet.
What year? What year? What year? 1955. Inflation calculator. How much is that today? No, I just want a price calculator. How much is that today? Because 70K today is not, that's barely a commercial. What? Okay, he said 70K in 1955. Okay, that's still a low budget. That's still a really low budget. I expected it to be much higher than that. inflation's only 10%. I kind of call horseshit on that.
A minuscule budget of $70,000.
Because under $1 million is still really small for movies today. That's like fucking tiny. Like your average 30-second commercial slot's like 30 grand at the smallest. So if this is accurate, it is still a very small budget. Assuming my calculator here is correct.
Which was ironically also the largest budget for any of his movies. He couldn't afford an octopus animatronic, so instead he had to settle for a puppet. So how do you make a giant octopus puppet look like it's attacking its victim, even if it doesn't move? Well, for Voronoz's death scene, Lugosi had to flail about while holding the puppet's legs to simulate that he was being attacked by the creature. It is so evident that this octopus is not moving of its own accord that it is truly hard not to laugh. Number 3, Isaac's death is ruined by terrible effects. Children of the Corn. In the Stephen King adaptation, a couple
more
find
Stephen King
themselves in the abandoned town of Gatlin. They learn that the area has been taken over by a cult of children ruled by a teenage zealot called Isaac. Now, Isaac ritually sacrifices passers-by, hoping to resurrect his god, he who walks among the rows. When his followers turn against Isaac, they place him on a cross made of corn to serve as the ritual sacrifice. Despite the fact that he who walks among the rows has been unseen up until this point, he's been built up throughout the story so that the viewer is actually excited to see this enigmatic entity finally unleash its divine power. And what does he do? He casts Isaac in a fuzzy special effect before blasting him into the sky. Now, the special effect used for this light is so dated, even back then, that it looks like it was made by a computer from the 1960s. And to conclude a horror film with the antagonist shot into the sky like Wile E. Coyote being strapped to a rocket is absolutely hysterical. The fact that Isaac resurrects himself 30 seconds later before dying again makes this scene all the more ludicrous. Number 2, Corn on the Cob.
Appropriate.
Sleepwalkers. For the second time in a row, we have a murder that revolves around corn. Weirder still, both corn-related deaths were in movies written by Stephen King. I mean, that guy really must be scared of corn.
He's written a lot of shit, so...
Now, King has devised hundreds of bizarre stories, but Sleepwalkers might well be the strangest one. This film has literally everything. Vampiric incest, demons transforming into babies, killer cats, and cameos from Mark Hamill, John Landis, and Clive Barker. Each death also has such impeccable comic timing that you'd swear that you're watching a dark comedy. But one of the highlights has to be when a police officer tries to report a crime to his partner, only to be killed by a vampire. But instead of sucking his blood or using her super strength, the vampire slays the officer by stabbing him with a corn on the cob. How did anyone working on this film think that impaling someone with a vegetable would be taken seriously? It is worth mentioning at this point that Stephen King cameos in this film saying the line, "I'm not taking the rap for this." And you know what? It's clear in hindsight that he was probably talking about this movie. And number 1, Death by Plants. The Happening. The Happening
yes, The Happening.
One of the worst films directed by M. Night Shyamalan, which is actually pretty impressive considering that he also made The Last Airbender. As terrible as The Happening is, however, the premise is actually rather fascinating. In the opening scene, we learn that there's a mysterious force causing people to take their own lives. It's genuinely horrifying to watch seemingly normal people voluntarily plunge off buildings or shoot themselves dead. However, all of the potential terror is sucked out of the movie the instant that you learn the origin of The Happening. It's unveiled that all plant life has evolved to spew a toxin that overwhelms people with suicidal tendencies. The idea is
that's what causes
so
it?
silly. It automatically
I had no
makes
idea.
every death after this completely laughable. And it doesn't help that as the movie progresses, all of the suicides seem to get more and more preposterous. Even if the premise was better, watching a zookeeper feed himself to a lioness or a groundskeeper allow himself to be run over by a lawnmower is going to always be unintentionally comedic. And moments like this are so funny that viewers still debate to this day whether The Happening was supposed to be a genuine horror film or a throwback to cheesy, nonsensical B-movies of the 1960s. I mean, if I was M. Night Shyamalan, I'd probably be like, yeah, it's the latter, just to save myself some flack, but there we go. And there we go, my friends. Those were 10 horror movie deaths that weren't meant.
I always do that. I always click the wrong one. Alrighty. I think that'll be it for tonight. It's nearly 6 o'clock. It's time for Nico to go to bed. I will be back tomorrow for or I guess later today, for more Walking Dead. Yeah. Okay.